It can't be a terrible day, boss boy. I'm present. Alright, now that I'm filled with peanuts and squirt. Ohio gozaimasu! How are you? Look, them's the Gundam boobies. Your glasses are broken? Have you considered mugging a 7-Eleven? Maybe. There you go. This is my Roomba certified answer. How's everyone else, though? We watched Batman Returns tonight instead of doing Raid. We gotta watch Danny DeVito be a sexually frustrated penguin man. Which is everyone's wet dream, really. It's because they like ramp up the camp by like 1,000%. It becomes just a Danny Elfman and a Tim Burton flick. I would say the only real good part of the first movie is that you get to watch fucking I just forgot his name. Joker man just chew on the scenery. Throw mama off the train. I have never heard of such a thing. So I'm gonna go with no. Jack Nicholson. I forgot that they had a stand-in who's apparently literally modeled after Donald Trump being a fucking conniving shit. Played by Christopher Walken. They say that he's based off of a New York City real estate billionaire mogul. When you stop and absorb that sentence... Well, that was a fun evening of absorbing the Bitmins. Adioso! Chat, I never really felt like I woke up today. So I found out one of my internet connections has been down for 3 days because my neighbor cut the line in half, digging out their entire backyard to install another building on their property so that they can then ask people for higher rent money. And I kind of want to firebomb it now. Because if I still only had Comcast, I would have been gone the last 3 days. Oi, Lorano. Sorry, you called me vacuum. Oi, blue balls. Far, far west? What the fuck is far, far west? I think I've hit a decision already, though. I think if no one plans the collab, I feel like until someone plans a collab, I need to stop buying those 4 I need to stop buying those like 4-person co-op games, because guess what? I play usually once and then never again. Like, I enjoyed Super Battle Golf. Bitch, I set up all my collabs. For once, I want to be a beautiful prom queen and have someone else invite me to a collab. Fucking born to bottom and forced to be a top in all of these fucking situations, because VTubing's filled with nothing but a bunch of sniveling bottoms. And it makes Roomba bitter.
Oh no, I pressed the wrong button again.
You don't say, Milo. You don't say, Milo. It's okay, I planned a collab for next Thursday. I have to find someone to pass on the Roomba mantle to. Although that does mean I can't see Roompa next Thursday, so I really should have seen him this Thursday. I did find out that he did get a nice meal out with his boyfriend. Or I'll explode into gore. I'm not allowed to graduate ever because Hiroshi will turn into a chud. He threatened this last night. It's true. Ah. Listen, I saved Euro from a life of chuddery. Now I have to take responsibility for my creation.
Eggs.
I feel like this is a reference I don't understand. Man, there's so many trans girls that are into force femming. Oh yeah, it is Majin Buu. Imagine if Majin Buu cracked out of his veiny egg and just immediately opened with a slur. I like that that's your primary reason why you can't be a lady. I like it. Does he call Boo a slur? I remember he comes powered up and he doesn't even need to go Super Saiyan. He's just like Giga Chad. It's obviously what Gohan means. It doesn't mean lunch. It means Giga Chad. But yeah, it's weird that I have 2 trans women in my Discords that constantly talk about force femming people. Like, it's not necessarily a lot, but it is weird that it happens twice. Wow, I didn't remember that. Gohan, I expected better of you. Yeah, Gwen's Discord feels like it would be filled with people who would threaten to force fem you. I feel like you brought that one on yourself, though. Wow, you called Gwen dumb? I'm gonna screenshot that and send it to her. God, it just reminds me of that screenshot from Twitter I have, where the one guy was yelled at saying that it was gay to drink lemonade. He's like, fuck it, I'm non-binary. I'm non-binary now, so I can enjoy lemonade. And that was his entire reasoning. And I was like, you know what, fair. Which reminds me, now that Diosu's here, we should watch more Cooking with Kay. You want to watch the Reddit cylinder video. Do you mean the one where the guy tries to remove the cylinder unharmed? Well, we can't say no to our pet Beardo, can we? All right, chat. The cylinder must remain unharmed. We'll just put it like there. All right, Euro, you're gonna have to zoom in because I'm still building. All right, the cylinder must remain unharmed.
How do you remove a mysterious cylinder from a mini M&M's tube filled with melted butter and microwaved mashed bananas?
Microwave mashed bananas?
Harming the cylinder.
Without harming the cylinder.
This is the question that Smart Calendar 1874 posted to Ask Reddit on December 5th of 2022.
Sure did.
3 months ago, I decided to find the answer. The original Reddit post received hundreds of responses, some helpful, offering possible solutions, some hypothesized about what the cylinder was, and even one tried to pin blame for the whole ordeal on the quote, sexy green M&M. The truth is,
sexy green
Smart
M&M.
Calendar is the only one that knows what happened that day. And after a few hours of suggestions, they disappeared with a single mysterious word.
Hospital.
What they meant by this remains an enigma. But before vanishing,
the
they
internet
did provide some very useful details about the cylinder itself that would help me to recreate what they called their experiment. First, with it being an experiment, I assume that they're a scientist, or at the very least have an interest in STEAM. Second, the cylinder is 5.1 inches in length and about 4.5 inches in girth. Apparently, English isn't their first language and they didn't know the word circumference. Either way, it has a diameter of about 1.5 inches. They also said that it's made of primarily carbon and a variety of other organic compounds. This tells me that it's most likely either a hard wood-like texture or a softer one, similar to flesh. Since wood is less likely to create a seal and get stuck, I figured that the softer texture was the safe bet. Fortunately, there's a material that works perfectly for this.
There is a material
Silicone.
that works perfect
Even
for
better,
this.
There are companies that specialize in making vaguely cylindrical shapes out of silicone. They're even meant to replicate the texture of flesh. So I reached out to a few of them and asked if they'd be interested in sponsoring the project. Unfortunately, none wanted to be involved with my experiment, which is why they're all blurred on screen. Without professional manufacturing, I had to do it myself. I may not be an expert at Blender, but within an hour, I was able to create a CAD file that I was happy with. The only problem was that my 3D printer had decided to go full-time.
I found a Blender tutorial I want to go through.
I was able to get an old Prusa from a friend, and compared to my previous printer that required constant tinkering, it felt like cheating. So, if you're watching this, Mr. Prusa, I've got a spot in my shop that is the perfect size for a Prusa XL promotion. Call me. Anyways, I printed out the cylinder and began carefully sanding. Then I got out some clay and began to encase half of the cylinder in the stuff. As I worked, I hypothesized what experiments Smart Calendar 1874 had been working on. I like to imagine that he was designing a way of storing single-serving bratwurst using recycled materials.
Single-serving bratwurst.
Bananas would fit in with that theory. With the edges smoothed and the sides squared off, I used a hot glue gun and cardboard to form a box. The last time I did this, I rushed through this part and ended up making a mess, so I was much more careful this time. Then I mixed up a batch of silicone and poured it over the cylinder. After letting the silicone cure,
is this what you expected, by the way, Euro?
In the clay and flipped it over to repeat the process.
So much cylinder?
Perhaps Smart Calendar had used the tube to store a pickle for lunch, and it was
lunch pickle?
I know pickles aren't exactly a cylinder, but maybe they were approximating. When the second batch of silicone had cured, I realized there was a problem. For some reason, the two halves of the mold had fused together and entombed the cylinder inside. At first, I blamed myself for forgetting to spray mold release, but when I looked at my footage, I realized I had, so I don't really know what happened here. Luckily, I was able to use an X-Acto knife to remove the cylinder and still have a semi-usable mold. Once again, I used mold release and poured in more silicone, praying that it wouldn't all fuse together into a single block, forcing me to restart. When I eventually end the video, I wanted to cap it all off with a quote from an expert, offering insight and inspiration. And at first, I looked to the words of famed candy enthusiast turned poet, Marshall Bruce Mathers III.
Who's that?
So won't the real Slim Shady please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up. The quote turned out to be both confusing and a poor fit for this story, so I decided to keep looking, but we'll get to that later. And by this point, the silicone had cured. Luckily,
the fuck is that gag?
This time, so I not only had a cylinder, but a new problem as well.
So, Ken and T, I think you and I need to have a heart-to-heart here for a minute. I'm going to need you to sit down for this heart-to-heart, by the way. Euro didn't consent to moderating YouTube chat. And you have single-handedly convinced him that he needs to keep a fucking eye on you. I feel like we're having this conversation like once or twice a night now. Which leads me to wonder if I shouldn't relieve Euro of his burden. And I'm meaner than Euro. It's not that really big dead. No, I don't think you understand. This is me doing a fancy way of saying, you need to stop being something I need to stop and address, or I'm gonna fucking ban you. You're good, Taco. I love you. You're my precious YouTube child. You're like the bandito of YouTube, which is a compliment. Bandito is a good bean burrito. So if I have to stop this stream to ask you what the fuck you're talking about one more time tonight, it will be the last time I ask you, because I will ban you. So keep that in mind.
It was too big. No matter what I tried, I couldn't get it to fit inside the tube. Now, M&Ms come in several size tubes, and I don't know what size Smart Calendar used for their experiment. What I did know was that I had 20 tubes in this size and a dwindling budget. So I decided to redesign the cylinder to get stuck in the tubes that I had. Before, I had the measurements from the post to go off of, but for this one, I would have to make new ones. First, I needed to make a test cone, kind of like the ones that they use for sizing rings, except in this case, it was for cylinders. I also wanted to come up with a better method for making molds because the way I was making them consumed a lot of both time and materials.
You never understood having a small enough penis that it fit in a tube?
The size tester.
I have a story for you.
This worked great, except for the fact that it got stuck in the resin like Excalibur. The second method was to 3D print an outer mold and then use silicone to make an inner mold. This would mean that it would use less silicone and completely eliminate mold lines. And it worked. I was able to use the size tester to measure the exact girth at which the cylinder would get stuck. Now, as great as Blender is, I learned that it's not good at making molds. So
it really
I tried out
isn't.
Tinkercad, another CAD software that I had heard was good for beginners. If you asked an engineer to make a mold using the tools I had, they would probably tell you to make a 3D printed 2-part mold. And I even had several engineers tell me to do exactly that. But I knew better. I knew I could refine my method into an even better way to make molds, and after a month and a half, I did. It's a 3D printed 2-part mold, like the engineer suggested, but now it has a little trough to put hot glue around the outside so
hot glue
it
trough.
doesn't leak. The engineers were basically right. I'll be putting up a video on my Patreon soon about the whole mold design process, as well as the 3D models for the mold if you want to make your own.
I mean, as an adult, you're responsible for your
see some
actions.
exclusive videos, please check it out. I can't express how much it means to me. With my new mold done, I poured in the silicone and impatiently waited for it to cure. When the cylinder had hardened, I pulled it out and used an X-Acto knife to trim the flash. The month and a half of mold designing was so that I could skip this 5-minute step, and honestly, I felt pretty silly about the whole thing. Almost as silly as the moment when I was 5 weeks into the process and accidentally pushed the Minecraft button on Tinkercad, realizing that I was using software designed for children.
Excellent.
In the end, none of that mattered though, so I printed out 4 more molds and spent the next couple days making cylinders.
Cylinders?
Thank you for contacting M&M's customer care. If you need further assistance, please press 4 for the next available special. Thank you for calling M&M's. My name is Myra. Who I have the pleasure of speaking with?
Hi, my name is Nate.
Thank you. And how may I help you?
I've got a bit of a weird issue. I've got a cylinder that's stuck inside one of your mini M&M's tubes, and I'm trying to figure out a way to get it out.
Okay.
Okay. What do you mean, a cylinder?
It's kind of a soft material, kind of like silicone, and it's stuck in there. I'm trying to get it out without damaging it.
In one of our M&M tubes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not exactly too sure how we will be able to help you with that, sir.
Okay, do you...
Excellent.
Do you have a recommendation on who I should call?
The
Is it
hospital?
something that you ordered from us?
The M&M's tube was. The cylinder was not.
The cylinder was not.
Because there's nobody that would be able to help you if you got something of yours personally stuck in one of our tubes.
Okay, I'll start looking somewhere else for an answer then. Thank you.
Please decline M&M.
At first, I was worried because even with the hot butter and bananas, the cylinders could be easily removed. But after a couple of minutes, they cooled off and created negative pressure inside the tube, rendering the cylinder stuck.
I shouldn't
The
like
first method
watching
of
that
removal
cylinder
that I
go.
tried is what I like to call caveman mode. All it really achieved was
Bug, bug,
sending
bug,
bits
bug,
of
bug, bug,
banana
bug, bug.
and shards of plastic all over my cutting mat. I needed something with more precision, so I tried a knife. I had to be careful not to cut the cylinder with it, but
Am I being
it
too
worked.
mean, Euro?
Mazel tov!
The only catch is that I took advantage of the air gap at the end. In the original post, Smart Calendar said that the cylinder was touching the end of the tube. So while it worked for me, I don't think this one counts. Another popular suggestion on the thread was to do jumping jacks. Now, I don't know exactly how this was supposed to work, but I guess that the rapid movements
Excellent.
were meant to fling the cylinder out of the tube. They did not. I thought maybe a quick pulling motion would work, so I
Hey, Doc.
glued zip ties to the end of the tube to make a loop and then put a harness on my cat. The idea was to
That cat's
secure the
being
tube
very
to his
patient.
leash and throw a treat while I held onto the cylinder. Unfortunately, it seems that there was a defect in the design of the harness because it rendered him immobile, so this didn't work.
Languishing
I
kitty.
went back to my workshop and began grabbing random tools in the hope that they would prove useful. At first, the hammer seemed to do nothing at all, but suddenly the cylinder popped out, completely unharmed. I figured that if a manual tool worked well, then power tools must be even better. This hypothesis proved false. The saw
False?
had almost no precision and only succeeded in making a mess of banana and plastic. The sander was even worse. Not only did it damage the cylinder, but it didn't even manage to remove it from the tube. At first, I thought my Dremel had worked, but as I cleaned the butter and banana off the freed cylinder, I found a cut running all the way down the side of it.
Oh no,
I thought
not the
maybe I was going
cylinder.
in the wrong direction, so I clamped the cylinder in my drill press and gave that a shot. Initially, it didn't work, so I tried a larger drill bit. But the vise lost its grip and I had to turn it off. It took me a moment to realize it, but the cylinder had actually been flung out of the M&M tube. I was about to call it a success when I realized that the process had torn the tip of the cylinder up.
Chat, that
It
would
wasn't a
tear the
total
tip of your
loss,
cylinder
though.
off.
While I had tried to secure the cylinder in the vise, I noticed that the pressure it put on the tube was starting to squeeze it out. So I tried again, but this time I didn't stop squeezing. And it worked. I just had to keep turning the vise, and eventually it simply popped out. This gave me an idea. Not everyone has access to a vise, but a lot of people have access to cars. So I decided to check to see
Ah,
if this
yes,
same
run over
method
your
worked
cylinder.
vehicularly. The first time I tried it, the entire thing just popped out from under the wheel, and I had to stop out of fear of running over my camera. The second time I tried, I heard a pop and was happy to find that it had worked. While both of these methods were successful, I don't know if the actual cylinder can withstand this kind of force, so I kept testing.
Did you
Adding
see
pressure
that
had worked,
goopy
so I
fucking
wondered
send
what would
out?
happen if I used negative pressure. I put it in my vacuum chamber, and nothing happened. It impotently sat in there for over half an hour, and it might as well have not been in the chamber at all. I genuinely thought that this was going to work, and I was starting to feel disheartened. So I looked for new inspiration. I still hadn't found that quote for the end of the video, but I was listening to American Prometheus, and I found one by Robert Oppenheimer that fit much better than the Eminem quote from earlier. There must
Nice.
be no barriers to freedom of inquiry. There is no place for dogma in science. The scientist is free, and must be free, to ask any question, to doubt any assertion, to seek for any evidence, to correct any errors.
I'm gonna correct your
While his
error.
words didn't quite fit the video, they did inspire me to try a different approach. Chemistry. Acetone is famous for being able to melt plastic.
Oh,
but
yeah,
whatever
stick
these
it in
tubes are
acetone,
made of
chat.
seems to be resistant to it. After soaking for 2 days, it had no effect. If chemistry wouldn't work, then maybe temperature would. So I got out my heat gun. At first, nothing happened, so I turned it up, and slowly it began to work. The plastic tube had a lower melting point than the cylinder, but in the end, it just melted onto the silicone, ensuring that they would never separate. I figured that maybe it needed to be even hotter, so I got out a butane torch. And it did a much better job of melting the plastic. The only problem is that the cylinder was definitely harmed in the process. It also made my garage smell like melted plastic and chocolate banana bread. Weirdly, it also kept burning for nearly 10 minutes after I had turned off the torch.
Excellent.
I think it was the butter. Anyways, I needed something that was both hot
Flammable
but had
butter.
enough precision to not burn the cylinder. So I got out my soldering iron. Now, this isn't the one I use for actual soldering. I have a good one for that. This is the $10 one that I use for things like wood burning or melting plastic, and it worked well here. I don't know if the
Chat,
real
would you
cylinder
trust
could
it by your
withstand brief
cylinder?
contact with 500-degree metal, but the silicone one could. On the off chance that the real one couldn't, though,
Would you
I
trust
kept
Roomba
searching.
near your cylinder with
Another
a soldering
popular
iron?
suggestion from the original thread was to take a bath. While it did a great job of clearing my head, it didn't solve the problem, but it did give me the idea to try hotter water. And while that did work, it still had the same problem as the soldering iron.
All
I
right,
didn't
boss
know if
boy.
the cylinder could
Whip
withstand
it
that
out.
much heat. So I decided to go back to the acetone. Someone on Reddit had suggested a very different use for it. You see, it's flammable. Really flammable.
I feel like that's
So I
right
used
about
the
the size of
soldering
a
iron to
sounding
make
rod
a
right there.
hole
We'll
at the
just...
end of the tube and filled it with acetone using a syringe. Then I put on gloves and got behind a protective shield and lit it, hoping that the rapidly igniting chemical would push the cylinder out. That was the idea, at least. In reality, it didn't really even ignite. And once again, I was left feeling silly. At this point, I was down to a single tube, and I still didn't have a method that could remove the cylinder without some sort of caveat. But then, I remembered the final word of Smart Calendar 1874. Hospital. There is a tool that pretty much every hospital in America has that is almost purpose-built for this exact situation. A cast saw. While at a glance, it looks like it could cut through just about anything, the rapidly oscillating blade makes such small movements that the natural flexibility of skin prevents it from doing damage. This means that it
That's
can
so
cut through
cool.
rigid materials like plaster or wood, but leave softer materials like skin or silicone unharmed. While I couldn't find a hospital willing
Man,
to
I should
donate
get a
their
plaster
cast
saw.
to my experiment, I realized that I could just buy one online. We scientists are driven by our demand for knowledge, an insatiable hunger that has blessed humanity with miracles and cursed us with atrocities. Science has no conscience, no morals.
It's so
It is
bubbly.
what we give it, and it deserves nothing less than the best of ourselves. We are scientists, engineers, artists, makers,
Gotta love Box
and
cello
fools.
sweet in the background.
We have caged the photon, saddled fire to carry humanity to the stars, and coerced the atom into reducing two cities to ash. We are capable of the incredible and terrifying. And yet, we must always remember one thing. Never stick your cylinder in a tube of mini M&Ms.
All right. There you go, Euro. Do you feel like you have learned something today? Have you absorbed the information? Egg meal!
Hi people, and I'm back cooking again, and today I'm going to be doing a small egg meal. Right, as you can see,
It's like
I've got
Mr. Sausage.
the
It calls
heads
to
on
me.
in the background. Is it on? Yes, it's on that small ring again. You keep going for that small ring, Kay. And because it's only a little simple meal, I will be adding the
Oh, I'm sorry, Euro.
salty pepper,
Judging
I've
from
got
what happened to
some
Static today, I think I have Wednesdays.
ham here, and some
I can go
cheese
build
there.
my
Now it did say
I can go build my
to
Gundam
a
X deck
cheddar,
now, and then when the
so
rest
I
of
don't
Moonicorn
know
gets in, I can
why
run that
it's
one.
on white when it should be red, but it doesn't really matter. I think some cheese tastes all the same. So
Some cheese tastes all the same. Oh my god.
oil, and that's it.
That is untrue.
While the eggs are boiling, last week I shown you I got a S
Static wasn't today.
for salty. I know I said sugar.
Everyone
I
was just
having a
like,
joke,
nah. The one person who
which
still
no one
needed to
picked
clear
up on.
decided they had
And
something better to
this
do.
one is a P for people. No, it isn't. It's for peppier.
And everyone else took the day
yes,
off.
I got them both together, a salty and a peppier. I didn't want the peppier to feel left out, so I thought I'd show them you both together. Well, show them you both together. Right, the eggs are boiling nicely. I forgot to time
The
them.
eggs.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take them off the boiling pan, out of the off the oven, cooker.
Wow,
off the
you can't
cooktop.
find the term
And
hob.
I'm going to put them, leave them to sit a bit in cold water. And the reason they haven't, I don't want to speak too soon, but the reason they haven't cracked today is because I was told to put some salty and vinegar in
Salty
the pan
and vinegar.
while I am boiling eggs, and that way they do not crack. I was also told that when I was working as well. So, yep, I'm going to take them off because now they seem to have stopped boiling, well, cooling down. Right, I have peeled the boiled eggs. I am no good
Eggs.
at peeling eggs. Now I have got some butter. Yes, I know I slipped up last week and said Marge. I do not use Marge now for cooking. I only ever use butter. And as you can see, the fry pan is melting.
She sounds so tired of
The
herself.
fry pan is not melting, it's the butter in the fry pan that's melting. So I'm going to let all that melt. And the video my last video, when everyone said I was hiding the comments. What it was, I'll tell you, last week, or whenever it was, I can't remember when I put the video up, it was, the video, it checks it. The video gets checked to make sure there's no obscene language in it, which there hasn't been for a long time.
Yep, they do in
And,
fact screen for obscene language. That's why Roomba will never be popular.
It checked it. And I thought, brilliant, it's checked. And I didn't realise, because sometimes it double checks. And I saw the first check was done, so I thought, brilliant. So I started putting my
I am
video
building
up.
the G-Self Perfect
And I
Pack
did it
movie
exactly
version.
normal as I normally do. Only to find out, as I was trying to put not for kids, it kept, as I pressed done, it clicked for kids. And I'm thinking, well, why is it doing that? I've never done a video for kids. Anyway,
It's this weird soft-looking
so I
fucker.
did not hide my video, my comments. It did it for me. So I will start now checking that it's been double checked and that it won't go wrong again.
It has so many weird
So
little
that
dots
is
and
why,
flourishes. I'm like, I'm
that's
enamored
what
with this
happened.
kit.
I wasn't hiding them from anyone. I wasn't sneakily doing anything because I just, like I said, it was doing another check and I didn't check it. But normally I do. So I'm going to cut these eggs.
She moves right on. We're going to cut these eggs in the middle of this sentence.
Please be hard boiled, as it's going to go all bloody wrong. Well, they're not hard boiled completely.
I think the term is soft boiled.
And put that there. Like I said, they're not completely hard boiled, but they are partly hard boiled.
Yeah, I think that's
I
called
am
soft
no
boiled,
good
right?
At cracking eggs, and I am no good at peeling eggs. Look at the state of them with the peeling.
I mean, I feel like that's simple. Kay would cook the
And
cylinder.
I think I should have done more than 6 eggs. But look at that. I mean, look at that. I'm not good at peeling. So I'm hoping that all these are, oh, that looks well hard boiled. I'm doing these on a low heat.
Chat, she's doing them on a low heat.
Like I said, they're not. I'm trying to make them as half, completely in half. I think I'll be able to get another, well, I'll be able to get about another 60 in there. Move up, thank you. You move up too, thank you.
Listen, I think she's a better content creator than me. She doesn't care about what people want. She just is like an old boomer in her kitchen with the camera, just being like, surely the masses want to see this, and then she does it.
Shift up, thank you. Look at that, that's poor little.
Like she has like an old aunt vibe to her that I find weirdly endearing. I just kind of also am terrified.
To wash. I'm going to give them, not that more. A little time to do, but before I do,
I don't know how Lee got his wee caught in the thing.
Some salty and some pepper in here. You can't see.
If I boil it like a egg, maybe it will come loose.
So I'm going to mix them together, and I'm going to sprinkle salty and pepper.
Roomba foot emote when I hit 100 CCV
The eggs.
for 3 months.
So let's make sure it's all done. All out, that's it, that's all done. I'm strangling myself with wire. Right, so I'm going to let them do a bit while I get back to my coffee.
My coffee?
Now you can see
My coffee?
I have separated, you can't see, I've got all
CCV.
in, that's it. Now you can see I have
Consecutive
separated
current
my
viewers.
eggs. Oops. I have separated my eggs into batches of 6. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put ham on 6 of them.
Oh, this is the one where the egg farts.
And on the other 6, I am going to put
There it is, the egg fart. It wants out.
cheese, sprinkled cheese on them. I'm going to turn them down because they're on number 4. Bit more cheese. I love cheese, I really do. So I'm going to put
Boss
some
boy,
more
what is
cheese
it
on
that you
it,
want
and
with my
then
drippers
I'm gonna
anyway?
give them a few more minutes to cook. Right, I have turned the eggs down because they were spitting and making me
Oh,
jump.
I just now looked up. That's caramelized
You
as
can't
shit.
actually see, but the cheese has melted on the I want to call them mushrooms, but they're not. The eggs, that's it. So
How
I'm
did you
going
get
to
a mushroom
one
and an
out,
egg confused?
and I'm going to try it. I mean, the eggs have already been cooked. Cheese doesn't really need cooking. Ham over there, it looks more like it's going to turn into bacon. So, yes, I'm going to try one. So let's see how it tastes. Right, I have now turned the pan
Plead the
off.
fifth? If you don't answer me, I will ban
I'm
you.
going to get this. It's covered in right. Got caught on oven cheese. Now the middle's fallen out.
Roomba isn't the U.S. judicial system.
That's
You don't have
it.
no amendments and rights here.
Where's the middle? I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah. So that's, well, that, what you're looking at, is your end product. Right, as you saw, I got a egg out. Looks more like a mushroom.
How does it look like a mushroom?
Oh, there's still some inside in the egg. The yolk.
Listen, chat, I can stop stream and I can go
Come
play
here.
Final Fantasy.
Let's try it.
I'll turn this stream around and I'll go home.
cheesy eggs. Can't call them that because it's got ham as well on the other side, as you saw.
It must just be the Sunday
And as you
cummies.
know, my son doesn't like cheese, so I can't put it on his side.
Who the fuck doesn't like cheese?
Right, I haven't got a clue what to call it, so I'm just... What?
Hi, Akari. How are you?
Eggy meal. No. An egg meal? I don't know anyway. I'll think of something tonight. So... Kate says it was nice. Actually, she finished it all off because she's a pig. So if you like what you see... No, there's going to be a link in the description to my merchandise. If you like what you see, please keep...
Basically, Indiana Jones, Mirror Edge. Oh, that sounds actually pretty dope, though. The movement in Mirror's Edge is pretty good. I do like me some movement. But yeah, Hiroshi, whatever's happening in other people's chats and my chats, and I think it's just a bad case of the weekend cummies. Everyone's collectively pent up and it's creating a problem. All right, what else can I observe here? Well, to hopefully calm you guys out. Japanese omelette over rice. The Sears furry incident of 2010. Chat, have you seen the Sears furry incident of 2010? All right, we're doing it.
Basically right away, and they went, hey, you know what'd be funny? What if we all started just mass buying this stuff at 3 in the morning? Now, understand, this video is about the time in 2010 when Sears sold bootleg furry porn on their website and apparently had no idea. But 4chan found out about it basically right away, and they went, hey, you know what'd be funny? What if we all started just mass buying this stuff at 3 in the morning? Now, understandably, Sears freaked the hell out and started systematically wiping the internet of any evidence they'd ever sold this. But
why
if
does
they wiped the
everyone want to
evidence,
kill me?
how am I making this video? Well, Sears made one fatal mistake that day. Sears underestimated 4chan, and now 4chan was about to majorly pants them by answering the most important question in retail history. Ready? What was furry porn doing on Sears.com? Who put it there? And how could something like this possibly happen to Sears more than once?
Wait, what?
This is the legend of the second worst thing ever sold at Sears.com. This is bad art history.
Thank you, Abyssium. I need it.
Thank you so much for waiting so long since the last video. There will be no more breaks of this length. Also, really quick, metapcs.com/Frankie. Metapcs.com/Frankie. Buy a new gamer setup. Do it now. Throw that nasty, disgusting old computer out. Get a new gamer setup. Get it at a discount. Water cooled.
Yeah, they just got fed.
Service. Genuinely some of the best people I've ever worked with in my life. I edit all of my videos on my MetaPC's machine, and guess what? The machine
could take
is
a poggle
customized
huffing break until you guys are done being coomers.
You can do that at metapcs.com/Frankie. metapcs.com/Frankie. On with the video. It all went down on May 1st, 2008, somewhere in Europe. So the worst part of the story is already over. Now there was this furry fetish artist living out there called Storm Dragon Blue. That day, he fires up his personal website, which contains dozens of works of fetish art, and he uploads his latest fetish creation. It's some fan art of the Kirby game series. Depicting the villain character, King DDD, who looks like this. Penetrating a little minion creature called a Waddle Dee. And the whole thing kind of looks like this. And then something happens. 3 years pass. It is now September 25th of 2011. As legend has it, somewhere around there, someone
Legend
was
has
shopping
it.
for pillowcases on Sears.com when he inexplicably scrolled past this. The Kirby-themed fetish art from the Netherlands had somehow made its way to Sears in the form of
Drooling while eating,
631
yep.
household items. We're talking drawstring bags, teddy bears, sleeping masks for the missus, clocks, 200 types of magnets for some reason, even a set
200
of cufflinks.
magnets.
You could furnish your entire house with the Kirby hentai collection currently available at Sears, and it had apparently been sitting there since April of the previous year.
It had been there for so long.
So how does this happen? Now, this is one of those things that's so genuinely insane that we just have to go minute by minute. So here is the timeline, starting with the minute 4chan. September 25th, 3:21 a.m. 4chan Standard Time. A user begins a thread on the comics and cartoons board with a link to one of the Kirby products. Quote, "What the flip is going on?" He explains that looking up the phrase King DDD drooling while eating unlocks the part of the Sears website with all the hentai on it. So naturally, traffic to the website explodes. And he wasn't kidding, by the way. This term returned pages and pages of household
Drooling
items
while
with
eating.
some very eye-catching pornography on them. At least, he's pretty sure that's what he saw. Keep that in mind. And the floodgate was opened. Horrified 4chan users flocked to the retailer site and confirmed that, yes, these were real products eligible for in-store pickup and potentially in-store return. And apparently in-store returns take a long time. But there was no time to waste. Anons immediately begin theory crafting. One guy says what everyone's thinking.
That poor Sears person trying to parse someone very slowly opening the box in front of them, being like,
This has to be some kind of a prank, you know, some act of revenge against Sears by an employee. Another guy says, who's ever responsible, let's blame Reddit anyway. Wise words. Now, as rumors circulated, someone started a related thread on a website called Something Awful, and those guys had an even better theory. Could it be that the Sears employee who approved this design or these products or whatever it was simply didn't know what he was looking at? Because there was actually something about this drawing that was very odd. I'm not allowed to show pornography on YouTube. Here's the full image with a minor detail changed. Can you tell, and I mean right away in the first nanosecond, can you tell what this is supposed to be? This might sound controversial, but I could not tell either. It took me a few seconds, and it is literally my job to identify images like this. Now put yourself in the mind of an average adult, so a non-internet poisoned person, working for Sears in 2011, and you can see where the problem is starting to form. If you had never seen these characters before, or like most people, you were completely unfamiliar with the concept of cartoon adult artwork, or you just forgot your glasses at home that day, what you might see is some kind of a weird blue penguin drooling and lifting a ball towards his mouth, which is almost certainly where that bizarre search term DDD drooling while eating came from, because the artist certainly didn't title it that. But we're getting ahead of ourselves.
What did he title it though?
3:33 a.m. The 4chan thread hadn't been up for 15 minutes when one of the links breaks. It's probably nothing, 4chan thought. It's not like 200 of us are visiting Sears.com at 3 in the morning to buy a bumper sticker. This won't have consequences of any kind. 3:43 a.m. Another listing disappears, and then another, and then a dozen more. It was like 3 9/11s. And 10 1984s. And
oh, not 1984.
That was when some guy barged into that main 4chan thread and he said, "Hey guys, hi, do I have your attention? Yeah, fun's over. I told customer service."
You
And this was
asshole.
followed by several people also claiming that they had tipped off Fox News and even Bill O'Reilly specifically. Now, whether they were trolling or not, by now, Sears had absolutely noticed and they were shutting it down. And in some kind of horrible coincidence, and I'm not even being facetious when I say it's a horrible coincidence, you might not know this, but there were originally 5 4chan threads documenting this thing as it happened. And people were complaining that they kept going in and out. There's evidence of this on the main thread because the other 4 have been lost to time. And I don't know if they ever went back up, but they were never archived. There are like barely any survivors from this incident. I'm not saying Sears did it, but this certainly didn't harm the reputation in any way. I'm not saying Sears did it. That's crazy. Anyway, 3:51
What are
a.m.
you saying,
Users
though?
are frantically taking screenshots and placing orders because there was no guarantee that Sears would even ship this stuff in the first place. And who knows, maybe once Sears was done destroying the links, they'd destroy the witnesses. A distress call goes out to the rest of the internet. Guys, we have to find the artist. If anyone knows what this is doing at Sears, it would be the guy who drew it. Only he didn't. 4:09 a.m. Storm Dragon Blue, that artist behind the original image, he finds out that someone is selling his stolen fetish art at an American big box store. And not only did he have no clue what it was doing there, he kind of thought it was funny. At 5:13, he posts a short journal to his Fur Affinity page.
Oh, 202.
He says, yeah, that's my art, all right. He claims he didn't feel that Sears was ripping him off and he didn't see a point in suing, which was probably smart because you should keep in mind that he would be a Dutch plaintiff suing a major American retailer over copyright infringement on a piece of fetish art from a video game for kids and families.
Yep.
So it probably wasn't worth it. Time was passing and no one could dig up a compelling answer as to why this was on the Sears website. But they actually had a secret
Oh,
weapon
good. They're
this
trying to
entire
use
time.
earrings to
They
figure
just
out.
didn't know. Amidst all the
that it's his
posting and
penis.
seething and theorizing, one user on Something Awful, a guy named Yoshi Jang, quietly places his order for one item. You know, just to see what this was all about. And this order was actually gonna bust the whole case wide open, but it wouldn't arrive for at least 5 days. And in the meantime, the search had gotten so desperate that detectives turned to the furries on Reddit. To
Oh
which
yeah, and
the
Reddit.
furries
Wait, not
on
Reddit. Sorry,
cryptically responded.
4chan's.
5 words. The Sears Human Flesh Grill.
What?
Part 2. The Sears Human Flesh Grill. Theory time. Pardon my French, but do you remember how I mentioned that this was not the first time Sears had some fucked up thing on their website? That's because it wasn't. They actually had a similar incident take place in 2009. And unlike the bootleg porn thing, this one made the news. So what happened? On August 20th of 2009, so only 2 years before this, a Reddit user called G Fixler discovered a rather hilarious design flaw on the Sears website. He posted his findings to r/funny, so this is a subreddit with an audience of thousands of people, and he explains the following. Some parts of the Sears website retrieved a lot of page information, not from a database, but from like information that the user was submitting. So if you changed a few words around up here, you could change anything in here. Naturally, this results in the Human Flesh Grill. Unlike most other retailers in the summer of 2009, Sears had a whole grilling section called Human Cooking, with subsections like body part roaster and grills to cook babies and more. But the craziest thing is that the Sears website was somehow even more clapped than anyone knew, because it also turns out that they preloaded frequently accessed pages, even if they were vandalized. So if you sent 100 people the link that you generated by messing up the website, the link to what is now, for instance, the Human Flesh Grill at Sears, and if even half of those people clicked on it, according to legend, congratulations, that was now the page that just showed up when you wanted to buy a grill. This was a dark day for Sears. TMZ, Snopes, and even Fox News had picked up the story. And when TMZ asked a Sears representative for comment, they could only say, "Oh my god, this is horrible, oh my god." Of course, being TMZ, they vastly overstated
Sears
the
could
case
run for
here.
president
They
with that
called
kind
it
of response.
vandalism when I guess it like technically wasn't, and they made it sound as if Sears was being attacked by epic hackers as opposed to by their own poor web design. So what part of this explains the Kirby Sears incident? Unfortunately, None of it. Returning to our investigation now, as much as 4chan and Something Awful wanted to believe that a human flesh grill incident was the story here, you can't vandalize a website into shipping you something it doesn't already sell. And the multiple people in those threads who swore that they placed orders and they would show proof any second now, none of them followed up. 6 days and 600 deleted listings later, it was over. Sears had won.
Just as soon as it began, it ended.
Or so they thought, because someone named Yoshi Jang revives the thread on Something Awful because Something Awful had just arrived in the mail. It was real. I hope you didn't think this video was leading up to some kind of a rug pull, because not only was this unofficial Kirby dinner plate 100%
You didn't even censor the
real,
right part!
it was even worse in person. Yoshi Jang did something unprecedented by having this demonic entity sent to his house. He did more than purchase the only dinner plate in the world with an image of King DDD having sex on it. He did more than confirm with physical proof what was seconds away from becoming an internet urban legend. And now online detectives had a massive break in the case, because this dinner plate actually gives us 3 major clues. 1, this is physical proof the products exist as described on the website, so this categorically is not vandalism. Sadly, we must rule out the Sears human flesh grill, which, if we're being honest, was probably never going to be the answer anyway, but it was really funny and I wanted to share. Clue number 2. On the second page of that Something Awful thread, someone points out this company called Carson's Collectibles. Now, this is the name of the vendor that shows up on Sears.com and on the packing slip, so that is almost certainly our guy. So if this is a real product that somehow got approved, what kind of company would make this? Well, here's what they dug up. Carson's Collectibles is what is known as a third-party vendor, meaning they're not directly related to Sears, they're just allowed to sell stuff on their website. And that makes it hard to establish an internet footprint. But luckily, not only did Carson's Collectibles have one, it's really funny. According to this post on Something Awful, Carson's is run by a guy named Joseph C. Smith. And this guy really does have a thing with names, because Carson's goes by multiple. Austin Custom Specialists LLC, Artsmith Inc., and Custom Specialists Notebook Store on eBay. Now, regardless of the name, Carson's claims to sell, quote, quality collectible merchandise to the public. Now, this is all kinds of dishonest. First of all, the public vocally did not like it. Carson's had an F rating with the Better Business Bureau because apparently their customer service was that bad. Second of all, you're probably wondering, what kind of quality collectibles were they selling? It was gay hentai merchandise. Now, I want to say that this is a sentiment I've seen reflected in both threads. I was not able to find a screenshot to that effect, and obviously, even if I was, I couldn't show it to you.
That DD in the background,
so please just take that with a grain of salt. So not only was this quality merchandise not suitable for the public, but given how many times this guy got banned from eBay, he probably used stolen artwork too. And that is the kind of thing that a certain pocket of the internet will notice. How do we know he's banned from eBay? Let's assume his eBay storefront with 3 billion 5-star reviews is legit. Even if that was true, this Carson's guy also left behind a couple of forum posts that read like this: "Help, I'm banned from eBay. Does anyone know how I can get around this? I want to keep selling stuff." And if I wanted this video to suck, this would be a great place to end it, because on paper, this does answer all the questions. The when, the who, and the how. But the how of Kirby hentai being sold at Sears is actually much less interesting to me than the why. And this is where we get into our final clue. The third worst thing. 3. There are only 2 types of bootlegs in this world. The kind with weird cartoon porn on them, and the kind without. There's no way around it. I have to tell you about the Fat Albert Vor necklace.
The what?
Part 3. Fat Albert. I know I'm throwing a lot of ideas at you right now, but I promise I will explain everything. So early on in both the 4chan and Something Awful threads, users remark on how much this Kirby Sears thing reminds them of other times in recent memory when fetish art appeared on merchandise. Art that they knew to be adult in nature while others did not. And I know what you're thinking. Oh my god, here goes the YouTuber making a video essay hitting me with the "I know what you're thinking." Well, I do know what you're thinking. I do know what you're thinking.
Okay.
And you're probably thinking, bootleg with incognito fetish art on it? Surely this cannot be a long list. So let's get into it. First up, someone on 4chan reminisces, wow, first those pregnant Gwen Tennyson stickers,
I'm sorry,
and now
the what?
this. What is going on? For those who don't know what that is, in 2011, which I guess was like a huge year for this kind of thing, a sticker sheet inexplicably surfaced online depicting this young couple expecting a child. Only the young couple is a pair of 10-year-old cousins who act like siblings from the wildly popular kids cartoon Ben 10. Obviously, any bootleg fan art featuring a pair of pregnant cousin siblings would be innately funny to those who recognize what it's from. But when you start trying to answer the question of where did this seemingly innocuous artwork come from and for what reason was it made,
fucking dark abyss.
it becomes abundantly clear this is 100% fetish art. It's just that there's no way in hell grandma would know that when she's buying it for you at the store. Unfortunately, the original artwork for this proved hard to track down and I had very little desire to actually find it, but I did find this Gwen 10 pregnancy art on DeviantArt, also from 2011, so I can only assume that this was a really big thing in the past. Next up, on Something Awful, another guy says, you know, the first thing this whole Kirby boondoggle reminded me of was that Fat Albert Rule 34 Vor charm that somehow ended up on eBay.
The what?
Now let me break it down for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids, a cartoon that ran from 1972 to 1985, and being a cartoon, produced some merch. Rule 34, slang for pornography. Of course, that definition is so expansive on the internet as to include things like vor. Vor, or vorarophilia, is a fetish for swallowing someone whole. I don't know if I like watching this cat be digested. Unlike the Sears Flesh Grill, this is not a cannibalism thing. It is just a fantasy, and one that enjoys inflated popularity on websites like Fur Affinity and DeviantArt. So putting it all together, the Fat Albert Vor ornament...
Get it? Inflated?
Vornament, if you will, was some kind of belly-themed fetish art that some guy found online and probably did not know to be adult in nature, and then he reproduced it in the form of this cubic zirconia chain ornament that was sold on eBay for $200. In the seller's own words, quote,
Yep, there he is!
Depicts Fat Albert in movement, with Bucky caught in the way and against Albert's wide stomach. From kids to teenagers to adults, this charm is guaranteed to attract any age audience. Also, I recognize this is not the biggest issue here, but I'm pretty sure that's Dumb Donald. And the examples in the threads alone go on. Merch with Street Fighter, art, furry fetish mouse pads, weirdly sexual and threatening bumper stickers, things like that. Put simply, bootlegs like this, especially in the early 2010s it seems, are just tailor-made to be circulated on the internet because they're a seemingly alien arrangement of random pop culture items. They kind of scratch that like post-ironic itch. Harry Potter Sonic Obama backpack being an excellent example.
I love Harry Potter
I'm explaining
Sonic
all this
Obama
for a
backpack.
reason. Why does this happen? Why does some bootleg merch have a weirdly sexual image on it that is only decipherable to brain-rotted internet people? I believe the simplest explanation is this. Bootlegging, especially in the realm of cartoons and anime and video games, is more commonly an enterprise in developing countries. Seven Granddad being the famous example.
Granddad!
And that means several things. For instance, that means there's a language barrier. So concepts like these two being cousins, let alone children, rendered in this art style, are lost in translation. And as mentioned several times before, the likelihood that the Indonesian or Chinese or Chilean manufacturer of these items, who probably just ripped this art from the internet at random, the likelihood that anyone involved knows that this odd-looking cartoon is actually fetishistic
It needs
in
an
nature.
anus backpack. You have a good point.
It's close to zero. I'm sure that is incredibly obvious to a lot of you, but I just really wanted to drive the point home for people who have never seen or even heard of this type of fetish art before. And I use the phrase fetish art because the fact is, and the elephant in the room here really, is that some fetishes are so abstract that for an average person, they would never register as anything other than weird art, even if they do give you that gut feeling. As the Something Awful thread points out,
thank you for
quote,
the Fat Albert
anyone
part
short
to
of
that.
being a total nerd is going to see these and think they are weird but just silly cartoons. And even if you disagree completely, let's agree on this. If it's popular, it's going on the book bag. And unfortunately, this absolutely applies to cartoon porn when it looks enough like the real thing. And on the topic of the real thing, let's finally, conclusively put it all together. Based on everything that I have learned about the Sears furry porn incident. Unless I am missing something major, in which case, please let me know. It is so difficult to research things like this.
That's
I do get things wrong
low.
sometimes. I apologize, but know that it is genuinely just because I don't know what I don't know. Anyway, this is how I believe things went down. In 2004, there's a new vendor operating out of Austin, Texas, called Carson's Collectibles. Joseph C. Smith, the man ostensibly running this business, makes mass-produced items on the cheap, most likely using a website similar to Cafe Press or any of those that let you print things onto mugs and t-shirts and so on. He applies to sell his wares on Sears' website and gets approved, which is great news because it looks like his eBay storefront is not doing too hot. Now, over in the Netherlands, on May 1st of 2008, Storm Dragon Blue reposts his Kirby fetish art from his personal blog onto Fur Affinity. And I couldn't find a suitable place in the video to mention this, but this link is really important. On the same day, and this happens with Fur Affinity artwork all the time when it's adult in nature, on the same day, this image is cross-posted to a website called Pahil, which is a massive adult image aggregation site.
Yeah, it's the Rule
Pahil is the
34
type
site.
of website that hundreds of other sites repost from. It's kind of like a cartoon erotica mothership, and this proliferation is most likely how the DDD image ended up in the sludge of Google image search results. And that will matter in a second. Now, from here, I think it could go two ways. Given Carson's history, alleged, of selling gay adult collectibles, the guy behind this is either a furry himself or just intimately familiar with what sells and where to find this type of furry artwork. Or, what I think is more likely, is this guy had a vague familiarity with video games, but not too much. I suspect that between May 1st, 2008 and April 27, 2010, Carson's Collectibles scraped Google Images for art related to Nintendo or Kirby or anything in that neighborhood. He was familiar enough with Kirby to recognize the character of King DDD by name, but otherwise misread the image because he wasn't brain rotted and called it King DDD drooling while eating. I guess there's like a chance he knew exactly what it was, and he tried to sell it at Sears anyway. But I feel like the kind of person who would do that could not resist eventually taking credit for it, if even anonymously, because it would be like lay epic prank of the century. Unfortunately, why Carson's Collectibles specifically chose this image and named it that, and tried to peddle it at Sears, we will never truly know. And the rest is history. Carson's unleashes 631 Kirby porn items onto Sears.com, and miraculously, no one notices for over a year, until they do, and then the whole thing gets swiftly memory holed. With one loose end. Why did this drawing exist in the first place? We must credit the artist. Storm Dragon Blue, who's gone by multiple aliases and currently goes by Mao Otter, has been active in the online furry art space since around 2007, so he's kind of a vet. He posted all sorts of fetish art to his personal website and to Fur Affinity, where he remains active today. Storm Dragon Blue is a connoisseur at the buffet table of furry fetishes. He's drawn everything from latex to inflation to weight gain to diapers to hypnosis to feet to tickling to transformation, like literally everything. And in a way, the Kirby art was actually the odd one out because it was actually just a gift for his friend. As he wrote in the original description, "Is it me or am I on a birdie art flood? Just about anything I draw has a beak. I dedicate this one to Gradius. I know you like him. DDD normally has a white belly, but I believe he looks sexier all blue." So that's it. This whole thing only happened because of fetish art between friends. And through a highly improbable series of events that could only ever happen on the internet, it went all the way up the chain of command and got sold at Sears. But I guess if you put something like that online, expect it to come Kirby right back at you. Oh, bro. This has been Bad Art History. Thank you so much to the patron cells for keeping the dream alive, and thank you to everyone who waited so long between videos. No more breaks like this for the foreseeable future.
Do you guys feel properly educated after that? Did you receive the education you needed? The circle of life. Oaks, you've already seen the video. Rivers, we can't all be you, okay? Matter of fact, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it's better that we're not all you, because I'm pretty sure you are depressed. And you follow that Yu-Gi-Oh channel, don't you? I don't know why I'm even throwing shade. We all know that I'm chronically fucked. Well, I don't have anything else to add to that for right now, so I don't know. I guess we're gonna just finally require me to actually talk. Birdie, come back when you can make that rhyme. I haven't watched any of them because Xanon threatened to kill me after hearing that one while he was taking a shower innocently in the morning. Can we watch a Chubby Emu video? Why? You're right, I should just take tonight off from streaming. Like, are they good episodes, or are they just people powering up and screaming for 95 minutes? Man, I didn't know that no one wanted to watch Roomba tonight. I don't know, if I keep yawning, maybe I will just call it quits. I've been yawning all day. I have made a circle! This looks like it would be a vibrator I would buy for the sharper image. That's half a circle. Does hit the G spot. That would be the name of my mech, the G-Spot. The fuck am I so tired? Can someone shit my body for me so it wakes the fuck up? I wasn't allowed to sleep at all. It was like 3 hours into sleeping. And then my neighbors like ran a tractor through their house and all I heard was like and then people loudly started playing D&D. Thank you, boss boy. I mean, the problem is that my neighbors have cut my internet for 3 days now. So if I didn't have backup internet, I would have just poofed out of existence for 3 days. And it's all because Comcast is filled with lazy shits. When they originally installed my internet, they just draped it across their fence. And that eventually got ripped down. So they finally got to bury it, but they buried it 2 inches deep. And the city, when you dig, says if it's less than 6 inches deep, you won't hit anything. So naturally, they're like, oh, we're only doing like the first 4 inches. And they fucking ran over it. Allegedly, someone's going to call to set up the appointment.
Sounds like it's having a hallucinogenic effect, not like a drug. Which is
Luckily, I have my aerial fiber for my office. Yeah, it's a wire running from a pole to my house, so it's not subground. But now the rest of the house is leeching off of my private streaming internet. And if they do any yo-ho-hoing or visiting Cousin Vim, it will get my internet turned off.
Well, I've wrestled with reality for 35 years, Doctor, and I'm happy to state I finally won out over it.
Yeah, Cousin Vim. You don't have a Cousin Vim? Sailing the 7 seas? Shitting your neighbor's pants? And this backpack has so many decals. Sure is. I can't say much. Last time I G'd myself, I about died, so... Yes, I'm still bitching about that. That is not what I'm referencing. I'm referencing Vim's Lair, a place where you steal video games and make Nintendo cry into their billions of dollars of money. I'm saying if they do any torrenting, my internet gets turned off.
Having a hallucinogenic effect, not like a drug which is harmful and wrong. Just say no, kids. But Stacy nonetheless. which
is harmful and wrong.
Just say no, kids, but spacey nonetheless.
No one else in my house has a VPN. Gotta get all the little blue cum sprouts on the little thing. The problem is that I don't think people realize how much upstream internet streaming uses. Right now I'm using about 15 megabits up, which a lot of cheap Wi-Fi spots can't do reliably. I mean, whatever. I didn't think that eBay was like out of money, so that's a weird one, but what steps can I take to not die during sex? Well, so as far as I figure it, I can only die once. And so if I just get it out of the way, I'll never have to worry about it ever again. A leveraged buyout. Oh, so they'll make eBay go bankrupt in order to save GameStop. I'm gonna go with no, probably. Does eBay own TCG Player? The anti-union fuckwits? Hello, Narnar. Narnar, what do I do to feel more awake? Pee myself on it. That's warm. I feel like just not waking up is the best way, but you know. Yeah, I'm definitely getting seed vibes at this point from this giant fuck off backpack. Vitamin D? We're just talking about the fact that the last time I tried to have that vitamin, I nearly died. You know what will help? I know what will help. I'm just gonna sleep on this Poggle. Just... Pillow Puggle. Wafer, you're so chunky. You make such a great pillow. I don't have a snack for you. I guess I should have gotten a snack for you. Baby keeper. Baby keeper. There's something stuck on your nose. Look at this potato, chat. I can sleep on the potato. Do you want to be slept on? Are you a fluffy pillow? Can I just... Can I just sleep here? Just sleep on the puddle? Yeah. What do you think, Wafer? Are you a pillow? Are you a pillow? I think he has an objection to being a pillow. Yeah? Are you objecting to being a pillow? Oh, you're so warm, though. You're so warm. Yeah, you are. You're warm. $14 action bars on your Steam Deck. No, you need to switch to a controller input. I guess I could show you how my setup works. I'm getting so many kisses. He's being so polite. You're being polite. Do I need to show Euro how to set up his hotbars live on stream? Are we going to derail the stream to teach Euro how to play Final Fantasy the 14th? What do you think? Let's go get you a cookie. You've earned a cookie for putting up with my nonsense. We don't have to do it now, but you want to do it now. I can hear it in your tone of voice. I don't know if I feel more awake, but I definitely feel happier now. It's hard to feel bad after rubbing your face across the guinea pig. Did chat enjoy seeing all my gray hairs? Let's see here, how much more of this is left? Really not that much. Favorite pie? Chocolate torte. I know that this isn't a plane, but I'm having too much fun going whoosh, 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 whoosh. When do you think they're gonna add G Reco to the card game? No. He has a cookie. He was being very polite and asking very nicely to be returned home, so I returned him. Eh. I think I've hit my stopping point. We're gonna take a detour through 14 because I said so. We gotta show Yoroshi how to play the video game. I've now huffed the poggle of motivation. Apple pie is pretty good. I mean, look at how close we're getting, though. I don't know. I'm waiting to watch the G-Reco movies and be confused, or watch them and have them become my new favorite thing. I mean, it does cover pooping in space. It's not May 4th yet. How dare you? I don't celebrate weird religions. So Yoroshi, you're gonna have to learn how to play on a controller if you're gonna play on your stem deck. And you guys like my custom cherry blossom controller? My god, it's Orbleans. Orbleans, can you give me a motivational speech? Where the fuck is my shrimp? Oh, there's my shrimp. Sorry, my shrimp is required to log into the video game so that I may teach Yoroshi the ways of clicking buttons. I don't have the money for making that, so no. Everyone wants merch, but nobody wants to get me enough sycophantic followers for me to be able to afford to make merch. All right, Orleans, I believe you. Will you kiss me now? Stop talking about the fact I'm using illegal plugins. I deserve to sleep on Orleans' tummy. That happened? No, I'm just really sleepy today. No. Unless you're using illegal third-party plugins, which you should never use. Yoshi P will kill you over it. You should never use XIV launcher at all. Only the official Final Fantasy XIV launcher. All right, so let's zoom in here. So I'm willing to bet, Yoroshi, that my hotbars are physically a different shape than yours. I'm willing to bet yours are a straight line like this. So what you actually need to do is there's the buttons in the bottom right here. You're going to go to System, Character Configuration. The default launcher actually works just fine on the Steam Deck. I've never uninstalled a non-official version of my Steam Deck, and I'm not just saying that for shits and giggles. And once you're here, you have this toggle on the left. You can't see my mouse, I just realized. Can I capture cursor? Nope, that didn't fix the problem. Yeah, it does only work for Steam licenses, probably. I have a Steam license, though, so... if you want to play it on Steam Deck, I guess you should have bought it on Steam. So anyway, you have this little, like, rocker at the very top that's mouse mode or controller mode. If you click it, you're in controller mode. And you notice that that already changed all of my doohicks. Now, there's a few different things for quality of life that I would make sure is okay. Now, first off, I told you yesterday, I think you should bind a trackpad and maybe a back button to a mouse and pointer, or maybe even the touchscreen, because it's still easier to navigate that way than purely via controller. As you may have noticed, I use my mouse for clicking random things on screen quite often. Milo, Wafer's trying to itch and you are not helping him. B, the way that these work is you notice that you probably don't have the two top ones, but you probably have the bottom pluses. Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is only for occasional keyboard and mouse, like clicking on a menu or something. The way that these work is that when you hold the right trigger, you can hit all the buttons on the right. The 4 on the right are your face buttons. The 4 on the left are your arrow buttons. When you hold L, the left trigger, it does it for the left pair. Now, there's a way to set up these other additional hotbars that I have up here, so that if you double tap them, you can pull one action off of them. You also can hold R1, and right above, you'll see how those numbers appear in a cross pattern. That allows you to switch between a whole bunch of cross hotbars for stuff you don't use that frequently. Things I would make sure are checked. Legacy type. That means that when you pull back on the joystick, you turn the camera and walk towards the camera. If it is in standard type, you will walk slowly backwards and you will never face the camera. Let's see here. There's a few other ones. I would have under the target bar, we can disable tracking or targeting of pets and minions while in battle. There's a way to change. I have to remember how I set it up that I have different actions when my weapon is drawn. All right. But that's how you get started. I'm trying to find the biggest one that I did. If you were to open from the bottom right the system configuration instead and go to gamepad settings, you can A, change the glyphs the game tells you, which is nice. I would make sure you enable L1 plus L equals auto run, because that means what you do is you point the stick, you tap L1, and then you let go, and you run. Which is nice in this game. And then one of the big ones I do to make this thing work like a normal game is I would go to button configuration, and we're only going to change the joysticks. L3 to execute macro 99. And R3 to draw weapon and lock on. The reason being is I have macro 99 set to /AC sprint. So that just does sprint. And it doesn't consume a hotbar space. But there you go. There's the brain cells that Roomba uses to play the video game. But now that we're here, you have chore. What chore do you have to do? LB? You can also use LB. It's whatever you want to. It changes, like they're the same thing. Loot master, 1 mil for each wings, huh? I don't know if we can appreciate that. Chad, would you believe me if I just told you that I accidentally ruined my warrior run today? Yeah, if you don't turn on a frame limiter, it's going to run at maximum GPU. So under system configuration, display settings, you can scroll down and put a frame limit on. Because otherwise it's at maximum frame rate, and this game will absolutely just take every ounce of your CPU. So I would limit it to 60 FPS so that it stops that shit. And of course, you can also go to the graphics settings and maybe do like high laptop instead of maximum or something in order to just give it a little bit more wiggle room. But the game is terribly fucking optimized, so also just yes. What did I do? I wasn't paying attention and I died to the godmother. She blew me the fuck up. I wonder if that new feature they were talking about has been implemented, where I could just start at floor 100. Nope. Color pairs. Group 1 west, group 2 east. Clockwise, counterclockwise. But what if I'm stupid and just want you to say the word Hector? Sure, I'll be the first support. I mean, since that's what I want to do to Orleans, I'm going to go with yeah, probably. I mean, you're also talking to someone who just spent the last 5 minutes sniffing out guinea pigs, so, like, I may not be your best course of asking a normal fucking person what feelings are. I'm trying to remember where the Vanth are. I thought they were here. Oh, they are here. We're just really far away. Come, little blue cactus. Look at our pretty cactus. Whee! Meow, 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 meow. All right, bug people, I am here to befriend you so that I may play cards in your presence. I think. Where the fuck are they? I desire to befriend a bug. Someone claiming they know me. Listen, I haven't done these quests in 7 years. The long creature? He is a very long grind. You have to do something like 62,000 fates in Endwalker. Or have a rich friend who will buy you everything you ever wanted. Look at the way he walks, though. He's excellent. Where the fuck do the ants live? Oh, they're right there. He does have an awesome walk cycle. Hello, Bugman. Man, I forgot that we used to have like 6 battle tribes. Look, I am in the mouth. I am the tongue whisperer. Roomba has a fair amount of mounts, even though I have slacked off on mount farming for the last 2 expansions. And this party's taking a long time to fill. If it's not filled up by the time I'm done with the bugs, I guess we'll play CastleMAYnia as God intended. Hiroshi just did the bad thing and asked me a 14 question, which automatically means I'm just going to play that. He should know better, really. Obviously, we should go visit Hiroshi. Now, we finished Devil May Castle. We'll play an actual CastleMAYnia this time. Look at my angry plushie! Oh, we filled. It has the remnants of lesser plushies on its ass. Legally distinct Halloween, legally distinct Halloween. Pumpkins fuck your mom at night. Legally Halloween. I-O-N-O. I'm here for my fucking lunch money. I think I've main taked this exactly once. Oh, I love this fucker. He has the beard. The Black Mage beard hat. I think after this mount farm, I may go back to trying an ultimate, and I may force chat to observe. Alright, I don't have my stance on. Balls to the face.
The void's power is mine to wield.
And then airy. Wowza, such balls. Did you do your homework, Hiroshi? Are you ready to do this fight yet? Oh, cool. Our Reaper's disconnecting. The last class that was added was Pictomancer and Viper. The last Dota? Yeah. Have you not seen my little Makote triangles under my eyes? I'm slow. I wasn't cool enough to actually design a VTuber. I just made them design my 14 character. But I may force chat to witness my lesbian prog. Hamburg. I'm filled with pizza. I convinced the house to buy me not one, but 2 pizzas. Man, there's 4 people with Faru fucking... I think that's Faru. That is Faru. That's Faru. That's Faru. Our Paladins is Faru. I'm the only one without a Faru weapon. Actually, no, our Paladins is top, I think. That's top. Why do I get 2 pizzas? Because I convinced people several years ago to fuck me once and they feel indebted to me. For Snoo. Joke's on you. If we have Snoo, dude, there's a good chance I'll die. That's what we've discovered recently. Oh fuck, and the Reaper has a top weapon too? Oh, and the Machinist has a free weapon? I'm the only one here without an ultimate weapon equipped. How, if I can ask? I don't know. Just last time I got super lightheaded and felt like I was going to die of heart palpitations any minute. And the sensation lasted 18 hours. My blood pressure dropped to 130 over 12. Pants! Oh, I'm ignoring my rotation. Man, maybe I'm not ready for Faru. The problem is I probably can't have you guys watch me do Faru because it's going to be way too degen hours. I don't know why I went over there. Yeah, but recruiting ultimates and degen hours.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you?
That healer just fucking killed me. it to my fucking spot and everything. His triumph. Ooh, delicious squirt. I do love squirt. Xanon said the most confusing sentence he's ever said to me today, by the way. He got me a 2-liter of wild cherry Pepsi and told me to consume. Normally, he lectures me about my terrible habits. I wonder if that means my divorce is pending. Do I divorce? I don't know. I feel like I'm too much of a lazy fuckwit, and that surely he's gonna want a divorce someday.
Life and death rendered meaningless. Such is the power of the
Like, I've met me. I mean, I'd be homeless, so I don't think I would actually be able to do more Gunpla. Why is that what we did?
The void's power is mine to wield.
That healer is trying really hard to just constantly kill me. And themselves. What's happening? You all have ultimate weapons. How can you not do this fight? Am I witnessing a gaggle of PayPal legends? Where the fuck is the healer going? This is a mesmerizingly bad party at times.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you?
Not really, no. Chat, are you attracted to the rift's butthole? Oh, yep, there goes that healer again. Man, they're just built different. They're built stupid. I don't know. They might make you look good, Rivers. They've stood in about every wrong place possible. No, the rift is a butthole. All right, time for the moment of moments. Well, I didn't have a partner, and if I wasn't a tank, I would have just ate shit and died there. Okay, I didn't get it twice. That's lovely. Oh! Well, we're gonna win. Not for lack of trying to not win. I don't think I need to do the new alliance. I don't think it's been a full week. Has this content only been out for 5 days and I'm just insane? I think it has. Yeah, I just can't remember how long video game. How does someone not meet the requirements for this duty? Oh, okay. They figured it out. I was very confused. All right, let's see if this goes as bad as it did a second ago. Time to smack the tentacles. Oh, silk, you're dark. Silks you, silks you, silks you, silks you, silks you. We.
The void's power is mine to wield.
And now I have to hide in his tentacle butt. Whee! Sir, where are you going? Chat, I'm starting to think that my shape and color partners want me to die. They don't like to hug me for the things we're supposed to hug. Does my Final Fantasy cat person stink or some shit?
Doth the yawning rift not tempt?
I'm gonna yawn your rift if you don't stop it. I don't know. All I can smell is Poggle ass right now. To be fair, one of the raid plans for this had my favorite line, which is, it's 2026, we don't respect flare markers. And it's just been stuck in my head ever since. It has influenced how I move as a tank. I'm doing a little dance. I don't know if you saw that giant arrow that was over my head a while ago. And there was one other one on the field with like a blue triangular marker thing. That means that there's going to be high damage radiating from me and that other player, so you technically want to be away from us. What? He was dead! How did that go off? I'm calling bullshit. I appreciate this paladin spinning the boss. He's my favorite. Yeah, you're gonna have to learn what all these symbols mean, Yoroshi.
Life and death rendered meaningless. Such is the power of the void.
Not that they teach you, you just kind of fuck up and die. It's my favorite thing to go into like early Heavensward dungeons and watch people run away with stack markers and kill themselves. It's like a rite of passage.
The void's power is mine to wield.
You sound like you don't live on Aether. That's what we need to do for Yoroshi. We need to do our mentor roulette. What, you don't recognize X-Death? I figured you, of anyone, would be able to recognize X-Death and his theme music that's blaring.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you?
This isn't Neo X-Death. This is his original form before he became a tree.
Be still.
Before he became a Barky. That's why you see that head at the top of Neo X Death, as it's his original human face. Now, Neo's much bigger.
Behold the truth of this world.
Be fair, you don't even like X Death's actual form. You just like his stupid possessed armor.
Accept your downfall.
Just go ahead and do a little mitigation here. That's a good thing because those people were really fucking hurt. Man, double clockwise is stupid. Oh. Oh, danger. Oh, danger intensifies. Meow, meow, meow. I was always more of a fan of Garland's armor. And then he became Jack. Man, I should just play Final Fantasy Origin again. Meow, 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 meow. Casual fan, kill him. 38. What's that? 15 plus 4, so that's 19 clears out of 50. I did call you a casual fan. You're insulted? Okay. Why are you insulted? What is it that I said that wasn't true? Orleans, let me bully Lorano. He treats me like shit all the time.
Void's power is mine to wield.
I mean, to be fair, the worst entry is pretty easily Final Fantasy VII. I think we can all agree on that.
Be still.
3 was very revolutionary first time. It did not age well. I also really didn't like 3. I think out of the NES trilogy, my favorite might be 2 these days. You only liked it because you want to peg Blink, or you want to Blink. You want to peg Cloud. My favorite on the fucking of the NES trilogy might be 2, yeah. I mean, I have to pick between 1, 2, or 3 in this case, and I think 2 had the most going for it. Lorano likes to assume my own words all the time, and then tells me not to assume his words because he's a fucking hypocrite. What am I answering Orleans about now? I can't scroll up right now. I'm busy being better at video games than Lorano. Clean casual or a filthy casual? Lorano probably stinks. It is probably the Yeti fur. You can't put rivers in a ditch. That's my ditch. Pent up coming day? I don't know what the fuck that means. Oh my god, healer, why? How was I supposed to intercept that? Ugh. Okay, let's watch them fuck this up somehow. Please stop fucking moving! Sorry, I had to type furiously. I did say it was a pent-up cummies day. And I'm being spicy for no particular reason. It's okay. One of the healers is leaving after this, and I think I too will leave and then do a mental roulette and then play CastleMAYnia. This person's trying to give me a heart attack. All right, let's see if people know what the word clockwise means. They don't! You! And shot. Well, that was delightful. Hardest mechanic in the game. Let's forget fucking Idyllic Dream, which Hector called the hardest content in the game. Which I find the funniest fucking sentence I've ever heard, by the way. It was so funny for his video. Welcome to the hardest mechanic in the game. I'm like, bitch. It's even the hardest mechanic this year. English is absolutely Hector's. So Hector Lecterson is a guy who makes guides for fights. And I joke because it seems like as soon as he speaks up, he becomes the de facto strategy for about everything that's out there. Evil Northern Lion? That's a fair one. I like Evil Northern Lion. For a second there, I thought you meant Xenos is in the 14 character that they threatened to make come back by showing his scythe on screen. Which has all the Xenos girlies weirdly moist in their pants. With all the other bad decisions they're making. Fuck it. Is Northern Lion evil? I like Northern Lion. There's nothing really to research. Hector just makes videos for Final Fantasy XIV. It's not that complicated. If you Google Final Fantasy XIV fight in fucking YouTube, they'll pop up. What? I wasn't moving. How dare you? I'm waiting for my cruise to be canceled. Like they're gonna cancel it for gas prices. I can feel it in my bones. That's it. You just have to Google any fight. He makes strategies. I feel like you're really drawing too much into this, Kitty.
Life and death rendered meaningless. Such is the power of the void.
The Void. Danny DeVoido here with your top 10 Final Fantasy 14 moments this year.
The void shall never cease to be. My power is absolute.
I don't need to dodge mechanics. I'm a tank. I'm scared by how much damage we are taking, despite how much mitt we put on things.
Thus did all boundaries cease to be. Doth the yawning
What? Their thermoses are like launching the lids at people's faces? Is that what I'm getting out of that?
be still?
Well, that's kind of amazing. That's my good eye. We love enshittification here at America Incorporated. The cheaper we can make a product, the better. Can we do a basic fucking mechanic? Let's find out. I mean, it's like the time where Samsung released their exploding dryers. Does no one remember Samsung releasing an exploding dryer 2 years after releasing an exploding phone? Yeah, they had the same problem with their dryers where they would regularly like have very bad balancing. Sorry, I had to fucking dodge them. And they would just like detonate. They would literally rattle so hard that the tub would fly free of the fucking dryer and would hit it so hard that it would cause it to explode. It was only like a year and a half after the Note 7. It was fucking hilarious. No, so the thing is, it wasn't like they rattled themselves apart. It was a sudden failure that would cause a almost brand new washer, or sorry, a brand new dryer to explode. It wasn't like a gradual rattling. It would just like one day be like kerblam, and it'd be like 2 months old. All right, that party upsets me. I just remember because at the time, Xanon was an appliance repair person specifically for Samsung. But it was a big enough job. It was a big enough problem that they recalled 100% of the dryers, like, from those batches. Hey, you want to see a magic trick? That's my line! Alright, let's do these beast tribes and we'll go play some CastleMAYnia. Now that I taught Yoroshi that handheld mode or that gamepad mode exists. Listen, I regularly in my day-to-day life use the "you want to see a magic trick" line. Usually it's in a video game right before I kill someone, but I did it to Via the other day because she kept not getting sound out of the Sega Genesis, and I was like, hey, you want to see a magic trick? And then I plugged it in. She didn't appreciate that one. I thought I was onto something, personally. I love the extra reach around cable, though. It's so funny. Also, David ate that cable. It is a dead cable now. That was $100 exploded. Bug. Look at the bug people. Does Draxus like bugs too? Bugs? Bugs! Look at the critter! Yeah, I'm doing chores for them. Speaking of critters, I have a sea pancake. It is now a sky pancake. It is unfortunately not a free pancake. No, you're thinking of Altaroit. Hold on, let me find Altaroit for you. I remember where he is in my list of bullshit. That's a phoenix. That's a capybara. That's a Panuti, which is essentially a giant narwhal without a horn. Let's see here. Altaroit, where are you? That's Eden. You should be before Eden. Man, where the fuck is he? Oh, that's Cerberus. Where's my Sky Noodle? Well, that's one Sky. No, that's not a Sky Noodle. Let me down. Shark. Llama. Giant disembodied head. Oh, there's Altroid. There we go. Giant flappy sky snake. Sky snack. He's being. Large glowy fella. He's like a giant teddy bear. Why are we talking about Mega 64 today? Oh, this isn't considered a safe area. Okay, fine. Oh, Sakaguchi documentary. Alright. Time for the CastleMAYnia stuff. I have on good authority that the one I'm picking is good. I sure launched something on the floor. I don't know what it is, though. All right, let me see what aspect ratio this game wants before I... Looks like it is square. Maybe? Dear God, it's loud. All right, let us find some buttons to make it less loud. All right, Poggle Cam. My understanding is that this is a well-received, good remake. It's supposed to be a remake of Castlevania 2, but it maintains none of Castlevania's 2 gameplay style. Oh no, it's not. It's the game of Christopher. The Game Boy one. Yeah. And the rebirth of Knuckles, the Echidna, and his spiky penis. Is it? Is it? Hello? I have murdered it. It looks like it did do a freeze. Hey! All right, away we go. It's still obscenely loud. A very loud game. All right, down to 30%. 30% feels tolerable. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, this is old school style. I know that in the Dominus collection, they did like, I think it's Wife of Dracula Rebirth. Believe it or not. That's in my notes of one of the other ones we're going to try. Which I think was the arcade sequel. Well, if I recall right, these were also released at like reasonable prices. Oh, that's right. This is back when you always had one jump height. Uh-oh. I don't want that ball. I'm over here now. I mean, it depends on where we're at. Because I don't know how long we're going to be going, because, like, I don't know how fast I'm going to get through certain entries, I haven't planned a whole lot, frankly. I figured after this I'd do another 3D entry. I'm debating about Curse of Darkness or if I should do something else. And then after that, I have to pick another 2D one, and I kind of wanted to do the other Rebirth title, the Rebirth of the arcade game. It is Giant Bat. I have no intention of playing Judgment, no. I never did find a Lords of Shadow. I suppose I could probably find one from my cousin Vim at this point. And away Christopher goes. I'm shocked that the giant bat wasn't the end of the episode. Level? Episode? Yeah, we'll see. I enjoyed, I forgot what it was called. I enjoyed Dead Cell well enough. We may never know, Yoroshi. I hear birds. God damn it. I forgot that it even had a PC release. Right, you can't jump off the stairs and it bothers me. I guess that's Richter's superpowers, jumping on the stairs. I do like the sound fonts they chose. They're like a good mix of modern and retro. Yeah, the motion twin game looks like that's what they're trying to do with it. I'm assuming those are checkpoints. What the fuck? No more eyebussies. So many eyebussies. Man, I really did not use anything other than knives. Giant eye pussy! Oh, what is that? That is a depressing Holy Spirit. That just gave birth to smaller eye pussies. It is the SpongeBob MP3 player. You're so right. Oh God. The curses have been let out. It is a pretty good eyeball. There was 2 bosses in that stage. What? Wowza. Yeah, wait, the fuck? Why? It fucking cucked me to thinking we were gonna get Vampire Killer! I feel musically cucked. Oh God, every time I press up, I turn around. Weird. The most lovely feeling? Not really. I don't know how you guys are into it. Whoa. Moldy spores. These little long-legged birds feel like an enemy from Fear and Hunger. They did get rid of the rectal bleeding side of status effect in Fear and Hunger 2. They kind of toned down the penis gore a lot, really. You just kind of have the woodsman. And I guess the bellends. We'll give the bellends their day in court. I guess the mob has their club penises swinging around. It's supposed to take place in space. He says he wants to do one. Then again, he said he wanted to do a 2.0 update for Termina, and it was supposed to come out a year and a half ago. It is, in fact, one depressed fucking Finnish guy. I imagine they have. I mean, it could be worse. You could be Gooseworks and be lighting your fame on fire because you're so tired of their bullshit. What did they do to the merfolk? They look weird. happened this time? I mean, they're just releasing the movie and ending the thing because they're tired of dealing with the fans. Although I admit that the complaint seemed weird to me because it felt like just not understanding the rule of Disney that anyone will pervert your art because that's how fandoms do. I admit that I'm not super up to date on it. Whoa! Well, that man ended me. Krug does throw rock! Krug win! Oh man, I don't have the nice whip now. Sir, get back here. I want to hit you. Krug, deflate! Krug, reinflate! Krug is a very exciting individual! I'm getting Toy Story for the Sega Genesis vibe from this guy. Oh man, Krug ended my game. I think it just froze again. Dolphin doesn't seem to like emulating WiiWare stuff. This one may be over before it began. Crow, get buffed in latest patch. It doesn't even want to like end right. I have to like force quit it. That means it probably didn't save either. Hi, Tim. Let's see if it's saved. I hope it's saved. Oh no, there's no such thing as a save. It's okay, it just froze again. All right! Well, this was a nice idea. We're just gonna put it down. We're just gonna give it a little murder. Let's see if we can find the other rebirth one then. Dominus. Let's see if I can find this bitch. Don't give me warnings about my eyeballs. My eyeballs are fine. Extra. Haunted Castle. Haunted Castle Revisited. That's the one we're looking for. Okay. We do have it. Right. I want to undock chat and put you guys somewhere where I'll actually be able to read you. Like there. Oh my god, Simon Belmont got married. God, the fucking arcade version of CastleMAYnia 1 is so fucking weird. Was it just me, or is he now Jonathan Joestar? I gotta admit, the engine that they made these out of definitely runs better than my biggest experience, actually, believe it or not, with CastleMAYnia was the one remake on the PS1 where it had Hot Redheaded Simon, but Hot Redheaded Simon was also the extra hard mode, so I couldn't get anywhere. Man, your power whip does not last that long in this version. The Chronicles or Anthology? I don't know, man. Okay. Woo! This version is a remaster of the original, like, 1987 arcade version. It came out with the Dominance Collection, which I want to say is like 2022. Evil tree. I sure just stood there and waited for the tree to kill me. Yeah, no, it's a good vibe. It makes me a little sad. So while I'm excited for Belmont's Revenge or whatever, I feel like this style is a lot more becoming of CastleMAYnia than Motion Twin style. Like, I'll take it. Oh, that's like holy water, but instead it's just a fucking torch. Hooah! Oh no, you can't save in this version. They don't want me to save scum in this version, chat. Only in the DS games. Oh, why did your tail glow if you... Oh, that's the sound of you spawning snakes. Oh my god, all of the hazards, though. I'm feeling the arcade nature! Man, I miss Krug. Oh, that's... All right, so the swing is for tail. Cease. Whee! Wild with Medusa being the first boss. Are you a twink or no? What? I'm not even a fucking boy. Can only follow bottoms. Why? It's not like you're ever gonna have a chance at fucking me. This is gonna come off as wild, but Twitch is probably not the place to shoot your shot. Man, these skeletons have ghosts. Oh my god, I keep forgetting that the skeletons have ghosts. Can I kill their ghost? No, I can't kill their ghost? English is a hard language, chat. My balloon. I have a balloon? All right, let's find out if it starts me over at the beginning. Okay, it doesn't. Thank God. Yeah, the merfolk are a very classic CastleMAYnia enemy, and I've always... Excellent. I've always appreciated their design. They're fun critters. Whee! The gibbons. I don't know what the fuck a gibbon is. I just say shit gibbon because it's a great exclamatory. I recognize some of these assets that got reused in CastleMAYnia 1. A monkey. Monkey! It's okay. At the rate we're going on Earth, everything's gonna be endangered. One day we'll join them. And we'll deserve it. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? The cup runneth over. I've never seen the I Want to Fuck the Monster movie. I should watch the I Want to Fuck the Monster movie, though. It seems up my alley. Humanity's the real monster, so we must fuck the other monster. Yeah, I heard really nice things about it. The Fractured Butthole? I feel like that's not Star Trek. I feel like that's South Park. Also, no. Both of those are shitty franchises. Is it just Haunted Castle, the arcade version, that got rid of a lot of the like normal vampire tools and replaced them with generics? Like I said, the cross, we have a boomerang. Aw, he turned into a stairway. What a helpful snack. So I noticed that, like, the holy water is just a torch now. I mean, it does open with Simon's Simon! I bet if they used them to fuck your mom, you'd notice. No Skelly Ghost. I feel like I do your mom jokes every night, Hiroshi. I think Euro's just scared that I'll be spicy at him. Oh, we have a cross finally. It just killed everything on the screen. Well, that's pretty fucking cool. Fuck, it's gone. Oh my god, it's the white dragon! Where's its blue eyes? I love this critter. I admit that I don't even know what a branching ape is. I'm a basic bitch like that. Oh god, he's gotten faster. Saga! Yo, we're slaying. We made it to the castle!
Delicious eggs.
I'm hearing Poggles. Why am I hearing Poggle? Oh, because Wafer's picking a fight with the ceiling again. Look how chubby this X armor is. Holy shit. Also, this Bloody Tears remake. Holy fuck. So one of my earliest experiences with CastleMAYnia music was downloading a music font pack for Duke It Out and DC DLC. And instead of replacing it with its own shitty music, they replaced it with just other songs stolen from other franchises, and one of them was Curse of Darkness. The other was from RoboCop? I don't know why I tried to jump over that. Look, I can do that too. Gibbons, 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 Gibbons. You're just bad at English. These jumps are precarious as shit. I mean, it was the expansion pack where you saved America's greatest president, Bill Clinton. It's okay, I'm not terribly good at English either. very fluffy harpy. You should make her watch Mr. Sausage next. Oh! But how else am I supposed to know that I is a proper noun? Dracula, you need to learn how to hang your fucking chandeliers, man. That wall is pooping eyes, Zozo. I'm glad to tell you that your observation, that means that your eyes are working. God, motherfucking piece of shit, man. This game series does not like giving you health, by the way. Whoa, look at this fella! I love this guy. Why don't they reuse him in later games? Hearts are for throwing weapons. It is the boss from Medieval. And this guy's a bitch to hit without hitting yourself. That's a pretty epic death yell. I think that's up there with Kingsfield. All right, that's another quarter. We really should be keeping track of how many quarters I have to put into this to win. Ow. That's gonna get me hit. Yay! That's from a 1987 fucking arcade game. I guess these are arcade. This is an arcade game, so this one's probably pretty short. I did. I played it with NaughtyRoomba multiple times. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I could try and talk NaughtyRoomba into playing it again sometime. I was shockingly not that good at it. And with my new hiatus, I'm buying 4-person multiplayer games because I never end up actually playing them. My god, that's a lot of mummies. It is, but what no one tells you is that you watched me watch that video for planning a Final Fantasy XIV trial, right? Eh? Shobunjo? Nandayo? No, that doesn't end in go, so, I mean, it could be Chinese. I haven't read any Chinese in 25 years. And I barely read any back in the day. Most of what I can read from Chinese is accidental crossover with Japanese. I was apparently pretty good at listening to Spanish and approximating what people were telling me. Just because Japanese taught me a little too much on how to pick up from context clues. That is like really cheap for what it is. Especially when I have 46 hearts just banked. I was trying to read it in Japanese, so... Because in Japanese, it's like... Oh, I can't pause this game because it's an arcade, right? Because in Japanese, it looks like you said middle... Like, middle book woman. Which doesn't really... anything. Okay. And I sure just keep standing there and getting hit by the other hit. There we go. I guess. Unfortunately, I don't have any way of confirming that. Japanese apple is a loan word. I'm trying to remember what it's loaned from, because it's ringo, but it's spelt with katakana, implying that it was stolen from another language. Oh, so the stained glass thing wasn't in the original arcade game? Lame. You better get used to loan words. In day-to-day Japanese, like, over half the language is loan words these days. Like, it's so funny that when you're taught to read Japanese, everyone's like, you need to read your like hiragana, and you need to read your kanji, and kanji's important. What they don't tell you is that so much of it's just katakana loan words. I don't know, I just lived in Japan for 10 years, is what it was. I didn't live in China for 10 years. I only lived in China for about 9 months. Which was about as long as I lived in a lot of places. And unlike in Japan where I lived in the sticks, I lived in a major Chinese city. There was English speakers kind of everywhere. I mean, I suppose we could do the original Haunted Castle after this if we really wanted to. I'm a little mad that Adventure Rebirth wasn't working. Obviously, I have to do CastleMAYnia too. Simon's Revenge, I think is what it is. The one that's an actual, like, open world game. And eclectic as shit. Japanese is slightly more of a tonal language than people let on, but it is definitely not. It is definitely not as much as Chinese is. If I had to go back and get immersed for a language, it probably would be Chinese, because it's probably of more value to me these days. See, if I can learn Spanish and Chinese, I could be a translator for the bricks. Man, I keep wanting to do the CastleMAYnia 1 / Rondo of Blood jump on the stairs and catch them halfway. It's showing better signs of it than the US dollar by like kind of a lot, actually. I have a very long rant that my house is tired of me talking about in regard to BRICS systems and the future of the American economy. You know what's upsetting me? These bosses feel way more manageable than the DS counterparts. Okay, maybe not this guy. This guy's a lot. Holy shit. BRICS is like the G7. Do you know what the G7 is? Yeah, it's another alliance like that, but it's primarily it was Brazil, Russia. So it's Brazil, Russia, somewhere in China. Widely at this point is pretty much all of South America, China, and a few other places. Oh yeah, India, that's what it is, and South Africa. Essentially, you know, everyone that wasn't invited to the G7. And a few important things happened this year. Primarily, the members of the G7 are starting to do trade with BRICS members because of American fiscal policy. Also, in 2025, the G7's GDP growth was only about 2.2%, almost all of which was United States. Meanwhile, China's alone to the BRICS was about 5%. To which my entire comment is, I don't think there's a politician alive right now that's ready for a post-US majority world. Because it's very easy to sit back and pretend that this is all Trump, but to be fair, some amount of this has been coming for a while. America only got to where it is widely by not being completely destroyed during World War II like all of its competitors were. So we essentially had a 40-year start because we didn't have to rebuild our entire country. And so, like, we should have been preparing for a while. And like this would already be happening without Trump, but we have sped it up by forcing a bunch of economies to learn to live without America. Like, we're just gonna have to learn how to actually participate. Yeah, and I know that none of us are American politicians. I'm just using we to mean the United States of America. But like, I don't think there's a single potential presidential candidate from the Democratic side that is ready for a post World War II United States Empire era. And even the ones that might have considered it probably thought we had more time to figure it out until, you know, we speed ran pissing everyone off. I have mixed feelings on the DSA. I think at the national level they overall do very good work. I have had some interesting run-ins with my branch. Mamdani's not ready to answer any of those questions. I love Mamdani to death. I don't think anyone's ready for the federal, like the international changes that need to happen. And Mamdani shouldn't be ready for that. Mamdani is never going to be president unless something changes, so he's doing the right thing by keeping his focuses really hard on his local level. Whoa! Dracula's Dio! We should open with that every time. How do I dodge that one? Oh, I don't have to hit his head like every other CastleMAYnia game. Well, I don't know what to do about that at all. I'm assuming it's the ball I need to hit. It is. Okay, that's a duck. That's a jump. That's a don't be there. Oh, those move now. It's a very good art style. It makes me wish that Belmont's Revenge was going to look like this. Man, they roll out quick. Oh, if you touch his nose, you die. Okay. At least this rendition's also very forgiving, which is nice. I have never played Cuphead, no. Oh my god. I think if I were going to play Cuphead, I'd want to make it a weird collab thing with someone. Oh god, I'm scuffing this one so bad. Game over. Oh, good. That can actually hurt me. I don't play that many shmups. Is Cuphead very shmuppy? Like, it looks like it's just essentially a shmup with Mickey Mouse art style. I don't know what to do about those things. I have to not be jumping fast enough. I have to figure out the hands. Yeah, I can't get over those. They're red, which makes me think I should be able to hit them, but I think I have to be really fast. Nope. I tried, but it didn't feel like it did anything to hit the hands. Okay, I got it that time. It's just hyper specific. Ah. Ah, it walks too fast. Oh, too soon. Come on now. Ah! Yay! Oh, blue-haired Simon and your generic PNG wife. Man, I don't actually know what we're doing for the next CastleMAYnia game. Man, look at the swag master up there in the corner. Judgment? No. My goal is to play good games. All items! Obviously, I shouldn't have logged out of Final Fantasy XIV. Shouldn't be. I see it there plain as day. Obviously, it's because the A means ass. I don't know, chat. What is the next CastleMAYnia? Who even knows? Ow. Stretching hurts. Milo, you're right. I should huff you. I huffed Wafer. Now I have to huff you. Oh my god, he's so loud. He's so loud. Milo, what are you talking about? Huh, baby? Obviously, I should just go back to building my Gundam. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Do you have anything to say to chat? Oh my god. Oh yes, that's my face. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Milo smells like horse. Milo, you're not a horse. You're a guinea pig. I mean, we could watch more YouTube and build Gunpla, I suppose. Milo. You don't talk to me like you do, Wafer. I must not be part of your extended family. What a baby. Are you my baby? Are you little baby Milo? Are you little baby Milo? Little baby Milo, short and stout. He's gotten kind of fat and kind of round. When he sees his buddies, hear him shout. He is taken up perch on my boob. That is my boob, buddy. You're gonna have to get less clumsy if you desire the shoulder like Wafer does. Man, despite having long hair, your butt's much cleaner than Wafer's butt. Can you teach Wafer how to keep his butt clean? Can you teach Wafer how to keep his butt clean? Oh. Chat, I'm so seepy. So seepy beepy. Mono white turn A aggro, huh? Doing drugs about it? Yeah, I you know, I could do with a third heart attack the more I think about it. What do you think, Milo? You're being really calm. You're not trying to go anywhere. Why is Gundam Barbatos naked and in a thong? Why is Gundam Barbatos naked and in a thong? I feel like that was a very coherent question. Yeah, I'm cuddling Milo. He's being very patient. Aren't you, baby? Aren't you, baby? You're so warm. You're so warm. I got your tootsies. Got your tootsie. Oh, you didn't like me getting your tootsie. That's the closest you've had to a thought. Oh no, I'm looking at this face. I'm not seeing a thought. I don't know. We can go back to YouTube and Gunpla. Lord of the Flies. I refuse to suffer through order of ecclesia. I would sooner retire from all streaming. No, I'm sorry. I keep messing with your butt floof and it makes you upset. I'm sorry, Wafer. You're not Wafer. You're too coarse to be Wafer. I hear your tummy making poop. Chat, can you hear your tummy making poop? Yeah, you. I hear your tummy making poop. Let's see what's on YouTube. We can do YouTube and Gunpla or whatever. I'm barely feeling alive today. Bandito, your job is to keep him from being a proto chub. Are you ready to go back so I can get my camera? Are you ready to go back so I can get my camera? Yeah. Yeah. Born from the salsa. Pray tell, how were you born from salsa? Do you guys like weird electric cars? Onions are terrible. You are correct, Bandito. Five ways to grilled cheese. All right, I'm going to tell you guys what. Here's what I'm going to do to spark some motivation. I'm going to put Milo back in his cage. He's been such a patient, good boy, haven't you? Haven't you? I'm going to piss like a racehorse, get myself an ice cream sandwich, and then we'll watch at least one video, and then I'll emotionally reassess myself at that time. I feel like that's fair. Pisswitch does live again. Let me get you guys some music here. What up, Bean? Are you a good bean? Yeah, you are. You're a great bean. Thank you for the hustle. Okay. Oh my God, you're so tall. You're so tall, Wafer. Why are you so tall? Okay, just because you're cute. Here. There's pellets in your hair, mister? Oh God, there's so many pellets in your hair. Here, now it's not in your hair anymore. Alright, I return. Why are we eating raw garlic? That sounds like a mistake of several varieties. So here we go. This guy does all kinds of weird videos on electric shit. And they're kind of interesting. So we have can an electric truck tow long distance? We have can a Rivian full of batteries take the cannonball record? We have electric lawnmowers from the 1970s. They're fucking precious baby beans. Oh my God, the Tilo. I'm really interested in the Tilo. I wanted a Tilo. Tello? Tilo? He rolled his solo. Does anything speak out to you, chat? Like the twike? Oh yeah. Here. Ice cream.
This is a GE Electric, an electric lawnmower made by General Electric in the early 70s. GE made a whole lineup of electric garden tractors in the early 70s. Everything from grass-cutting toilet seat all the way up to play-sized farm implement. And they made an entire lineup of electrically powered accessories and attachments. Everything from an electric chainsaw to a snowblower to a tiller to this absolutely wild thing I have right here. All powered by the batteries in the mower. Before this video, you probably didn't even know these existed, or that there were even electric mowers in the 70s at all. But after this video, you're gonna want one.
Oh yeah, I did. Beep, beep.
This is the mower I have, the model name of which is also the answer to the question, what happened to all the cookies? He ate them. The E8M is not the smallest tractor in the lineup. That honor goes to the grass-cutting toilet seat, the ER8-36.
E8M.
Seen here next to a strong denim enthusiast. But it is the smallest garden tractor style mower in the lineup. It's missing quite a few features from the larger models, and it has easily the worst speed control setup of the whole lineup, but more on that later. All electric mowers were 36 volt and powered by deep cycle lead acid batteries. The bigger models had 6 6-volt batteries, but little ones like this had 3 12-volt batteries. And
wow,
no,
look
I
at
haven't
that.
converted this to lithium yet. That comes later, if it happens at all. Stated mowing range of the E8M was acclaimed up to 3/4 of an acre's worth of mowing. Not very much, but this is the baby of the lineup. If that wasn't enough range for you, and
look at how small it is on him. Look at him.
The bigger, heavy-duty E8HM, which was exactly the same as the E8M, but with 3 extra batteries under the seat. This version, with extra lead in its butt, can mow up to a claimed 2 acres worth of yard. And you can see under the seat of mine is a big wide open space what to stuff more batteries in. As you might be able to imagine, with the entire length of this mower being a battery tray, it's not the easiest thing in the world to mount. And it's not the most comfortable either. I bought this mower from Kyle, the same guy I bought my Think City from and who generously swapped batteries with me. This was his actual mower that he used to actually mow his yard right up until he replaced it with a cheap Ryobi that he found. He sold this to me for just $250, and let me tell you, This is the best $250 I've ever spent. This thing's a riot.
Look at it
It doesn't
go.
make any sense. I'm going like 2 miles an hour. It shouldn't be any fun at all. And it's a lawnmower. But it is. It is
I
fun.
want one. Look at it cut. It's doing lawnmower shape
It's not
things.
in perfect shape, but it's not in terrible shape either. It's just kind of okay. Which is perfect because it means I don't have to worry about using it. When I got this thing, it was pretty well sorted, but the mower blades were wildly out of balance, so I did something about that. I pulled off the deck motor so I can spin it with the power supply.
Yeah, I
This is one of the
know,
blades
right?
that came off the mower. Because there's no way to center it, it was incredibly off balance. So I went on Amazon to order the first blades that were the same length, which was this, and then I 3D printed a spacer to center it. The problem with this blade is it's too thick, which means it's too heavy, and it's too high lift, so it draws far too much power just to spin the blade. So I did some more digging and found this blade and also this blade, which are both thinner, lighter, and much lower lift. I also 3D printed spacers for these, and the blade that I went with was determined by which one drew less power.
There it goes!
This blade only drew 8.2 amp, pegged at 31 volts, so I'm going with this one. It's meant for a Black & Decker electric mower of some kind. I don't really care. Now, I really shouldn't be as surprised by this as I am because these are low-lift mower blades, but these are so quiet. This is so quiet. I think this is quieter than my modern Ryobi mower. And they cut fine. Now, unfortunately, the new blades that I got are just a tiny bit shorter than the old blades. So, unfortunately, when I turn right, it does leave a strip in the middle. So I'll have to find new blades, but these work for now. I also gave it some new lead-acid batteries that I found for dirt cheap and installed this little current sensor so I can see how much power it draws for if and when I lithium swap it. The rear tires on this have been replaced, but the front tires...
You'll stick to
the
drugs?
front
What
tires
drugs?
are original from the 70s. They're incredibly cracked, and I have no idea how they're still holding air, but they are. And the reason the front tires have not been replaced is because they're GE Electric branded tires. How
Fucking
cool is that?
excellent.
So as long as they're still holding air, and they mostly still are, they're not getting replaced. I mentioned that the E8M is
The
baby
devil's
to line
pubic
up. It's missing
hairs
quite
or
a few
whatever it's
features of
called?
the bigger models, and the way you modulate speed on it is completely different and much worse than every other model in the lineup. Well, after I exposed myself to this advertising, and that whole promotional film from the 70s that I'll leave a link to in the description below so you can watch the whole thing.
The high peaking power of the Electrac motor easily provides the power needed for hauling and pushing in a wide variety of applications.
Pushing in
I
a
saw
wide
all the things
variety?
that my mower
Yo.
can't do, and I thought, I gotta get one of these bigger models. If only I could find one of these bigger models for sale somewhere in the US, I'd drop everything to go.
Oh, look at the babies eat and not, like, be mad at each other.
I drove all the way to Maine to get this. As a reminder, I live in Missouri. This is an E15 model Electrac, one step down from the top of the line E20. It's not in perfect shape, but it looks like it is on camera, so forget I said that. All 4 tires on this one are the original Electrac branded tires, and even more so than the other mower. These have more cracks than a person made entirely of butts, and I have no idea how they're
Made
holding air.
entirely
But as long as
of
they do,
butt.
they ain't getting replaced. But the real kicker about this mower is who I bought it from. I bought it from the grandson of the original owner, who was an engineer at General Electric who worked on the Electrac lineup in Schenectady, New York.
Fantastic.
It also came with a full service manual and a very cool attachment that we'll talk about later. This video is sponsored by Factor, ready-to-heat meals delivered straight to your door. Now let's
No
take a
one
closer
needs
look
to
at
know
this
about
vintage
Factor.
Just me.
I hawk
As
Factor.
for why I sought out another GE Electrac when I already had one, well, let me just show you the many, many differences between these two models. They're about as similar as cake and pie. The E8M has 3 small 12-volt batteries in series and a claimed mowing range of up to 3/4 of an acre. The E15 has 6 very large 6-volt batteries in series and a claimed mowing range of up to 3 acres.
Ooh,
Although you can
3
increase the
acres.
battery capacity on both of these. Upgrade to the E8HM and your claimed mowing range goes up to 2 acres, and then you can get a booster pack that mounts on the back of your E15.
I mean, Xanon has decided
and
to
claimed
keep
mowing
the
range goes
Factor.
up to 5 acres. This has a side discharge 36-inch
What he
width
eats for
mower deck
breakfast
with
every
2
morning.
deck motors and a lift arm thing for manually raising and lowering it. This one has a front-mounted 42-inch mower deck with 3 motors and a motorized lift that sounds super healthy.
Yeah, do.
There. And this mower deck is rear discharge. Like me. Oh, and because this mower deck is mounted on the front with just 2 pivot arms attaching it, you can do this. How cool is that?
The housing stands up straight.
Chat, are
Easy
you
hosing
rear
out for
discharge?
Sharpening of the blades.
The E8M doesn't have lights, but the E15 does. The E8M has a top speed of, what is this, 3 miles an hour? The E15 could go just a little bit faster. The E8 has this analog voltmeter pretending to be a state of charge gauge. It doesn't work. The E15 has that and a power usage gauge. And they do work.
He's saying that he poops his
They're not
pants.
very useful, but they work. The E8M from factory didn't come with any of the outlets to plug in any of the electrically powered GE Electric accessories and attachments, which is lame, so Kyle added one himself right here. This is the 2-pin twist lock connector for some of the smaller attachments and accessories powered by 36 volts. Again, the E8 did not come with this from the factory. Kyle installed this port. The E15 did come with the ports for the electrically powered attachments and accessories.
Guys, are you ready for the electrically powered attachments?
There's the 2-pin twist lock connector as seen on the
I'm here
other
to tell
mower.
you,
There's
you're not.
this 2-pin connector here that's actually 12 volts, and then there's this much larger 36 volt 3-pin connector on this side that the mower is currently plugged into. Why are there 3 pins and 3 wires going to a connection that should only need a positive and a negative? It's not the reason you're thinking. We'll come back to that later. You probably noticed this already, but the body and frame of these 2 mowers is completely different. I don't think there is a single shared piece between the 2 of them. And thankfully, because the E15 has this nice cutout in the middle, it's much easier to get on and off of.
Yeah, it's shaped like a normal seated mower.
Because of this cutout and the shortness of the frame, this one's quite a bit less torsionally rigid than the E8. In fact, it's almost floppy.
I don't know what those words
And then we
mean.
get to the biggest differentiator between these 2, how you drive them. The way you control the speed on these 2 mowers
yes,
is
it's so
different. You would
janky on
think
the
they were designed by
E8M.
different companies. I want you to think about the time period these mowers were built. Specifically, they were designed in the late 60s and built from 70 to 74. There's 2 things relevant to these mowers that definitely existed in that time period, but weren't nearly as cheap, refined, or abundant as they are today. And those 2 things are plastics and electronics. All the body panels that on a modern mower would be plastic, on these 2 are steel.
metal.
That includes the hood, the fake grille, the fenders, all of it. The E15 even incorporates a surprising amount of wood. Under the seat is some factory plywood. Even the rollers on the mower deck are wood. Look at this.
That's kind of bitchin',
You wouldn't see
actually.
this on a modern mower, and I'm not entirely sure that's a bad thing. But much more interesting than the lack of plastics in these mowers is the lack of electronics. Because they're electric mowers. Building electric mowers with limited access to electronics is like starting a bakery with limited access to yeast. Let's start with the charger. A modern charger will
I
be able
wonder
to
if I
sense the
can make
voltage,
bread in my
change
stomach.
charge rate at different
If I were to
states
like
of charge,
eat yeast and
stop
keep
charging once
myself
the
at the right
batteries are full.
temperature, do you think I could make a
The
loaf of
charger
bread
in
inside
these
of me?
is as dumb as it gets. The charger in this consists of a big transformer, an equally big AC capacitor, 2 fairly large diodes, and a big heatsink, all mounted to plywood, and that's it. That's all there is.
Yeah,
Very
that's
simple, but if that's all there is to it, how does it know when to stop charging?
That's the fun part.
You may have noticed this enormous knob
There it is.
on the dash of the E8M. This is the timer knob for the charger. You have to guess how long it's going to take to charge the batteries and set the knob accordingly, and it's labeled in letters. How long do you think it'll take to charge the mower today? Well, we didn't use it for very long, so probably C. Now,
Excellent.
the E15's timer knob, which is under the hood, is labeled with numbers, but the unit for those numbers is years? What's that supposed to be short for? Now, the marketing claims that it's impossible to overcharge the batteries, which, sure. But I imagine it's exceedingly possible to undercharge them. And no, I don't use the original charger in either one of these mowers. I use this thing that I bought off Amazon. It's infinitely better, and I don't have to guess how long it's going to take to charge the batteries. The original charger in this one does still work.
You guys don't want to use an egg timer to
to
fuel your lawnmower?
Fire, so I'm not going to use that again. And finally, how do you drive the motors with little to no electronics? This is a modern brushless motor, specifically a 3-phase AC motor from a washing machine. Basically, every modern everything, aside from the most basic of power tools and the odd golf cart or forklift, uses a brushless AC or DC motor. You don't need to know how this or any other type of brushless motor works, but know this. If I plug a battery directly into this, Nothing will happen. To power a brushless motor like this one from a battery, you need something like this. An inverter speed controller that will take the direct current from the battery and generate a rotating magnetic field to make the motor do spin. A speed controller like this, with all of its electronics and beep boops inside, is dirt cheap and readily available today, but in 1969? No, this would have been completely infeasible. To give you an idea of how infeasible this was, the Apple I, which was just a bare circuit board with no enclosure, launched in 1976, and when it launched, it cost just $30 less than this entire mower. The solution, of course, is to use a brushed DC motor like this guy. If I plug this directly into a battery, if I plug this guy into a battery, it just spins because the rotating magnetic field in this is generated mechanically using brushes and a commutator. So if I just want it to spin at full speed, absolutely no electronics
That motor was screaming for mercy.
Like this mower deck, you just flip a switch, the deck motors get connected to the battery, and they just start spinning. But what about the drive motor? That can't just be an on-off switch. One way you can vary speed on a brushed DC motor like this one is by varying the voltage going into it, but that's pretty hard to do.
I bet you guys are learning a lot more about electronics than you thought you were going to tonight, chat.
Drive motor without something like this? Well, in the case of the E8M and the E10M, they didn't. The drive motor in the E8M and the E10M is not variable speed. It's just on or it's off. That's it. Here's how it works. You've got this pedal over here, which is both your brake and your clutch. You've got a 3-speed gearbox here, so you've got low, drive 1, drive 2, and reverse. There is no throttle, and the rest of the controls are key, and then this switch turns your mower deck on and off. That's right, there is an electric vehicle with a gated manual transmission. And it's a lawnmower from the 70s. To do the forward, clutch in, turn the key on. The drive motor just starts spinning. Let's pick a forward gear. Let's go with drive 2. So we'll go with drive 2, release the clutch, and I killed it. The motor has some sort of overcurrent protection, so you can absolutely
This is an electric mower from
so
1970.
Let's put the clutch in, drive motor starts back up. Let's put it in a lower gear. Let's go with low, release the clutch, and we're moving. And yes, you can absolutely shift on the go. Woohoo! What they've done here is they've made an electric vehicle difficult and confusing to drive.
Excellent!
Boy, let me tell you, this is easy to stall.
That belt is going to fucking be annihilated.
This is the only E8M I've ever experienced. It's entirely possible that there's something wrong with mine and they don't normally stall this easily. And if you're wondering why I don't just slip the clutch more, it's because it's not actually a clutch, it's a belt tensioner.
Oh! Yeah, you're going to annihilate that
like
belt.
I said, it's only the E8M and the E10M that are like this. Mercifully, the E15 is completely different. First off, there is no clutch pedal. You only have a brake pedal. And it's out of adjustment, so at the moment, that's not even that. We've got a 4-speed gearbox down here. You've got low,
just
drive 1 and drive 2. There is no reverse. Put that back into low. There we go, a little bit difficult to manage. And this one does have a variable speed motor, and this is your throttle for it, but it is not an infinitely variable speed motor. There are 3 speeds forward and 3 speeds in reverse. And to prevent you from going full throttle, sending all the power at once to the motor and burning it out, it will step through each speed sequentially with a time delay in between.
Excellent.
So to see how that works, let's turn it on, return to neutral. It's in low, full speed. You can hear the clicks between each speed delay, and it does the same thing in reverse. Made a liar out of me. There we go. That's full speed in reverse. And of course, there's 3 other gears to choose from. That's how you drive the E15. And yes, it's doing all of this motor speed control with almost no electronics. How? The spinny bit in the middle of the drive motor in the Electrac is not a permanent magnet, it's an electromagnet, the coils of which are called the armature. In speed 3, full speed, full battery power is just sent to the armature. In speed 2, battery power to the armature is sent through a big resistor coil, which resists current flow going into the armature and therefore reduces the power and speed of the motor. And in speed 1, power is sent through 2 of those resistor coils, which reduces it even further. And when I say resistor coils, this is what I'm talking about. These wide metal bands wrapping around this block of...
God!
I hope that's not asbestos. This setup is brilliantly simple.
That's asbestos.
But also grossly inefficient. In the first 2 speeds, you're sending a bunch of energy through resistor coils, which is just burning off energy as heat. But how is it handling the time delay between the speeds? Say hello to all of the electronic components in the Electrac E15. No microcontrollers here. You've got resistors, diodes, capacitors, and a total of 6 transistors for the whole mower. The time delays are controlled by these 3 analog time delay circuits here, one for each motor speed, that use a capacitor for the time delay and a transistor as a switch. I'm oversimplifying because I don't fully understand how this works, but for those of you who do understand this sort of thing, well, here's the schematic. By the way, when I first caught this open, I looked at this and thought, wow, they really paid attention to making this serviceable. And then I realized, oh wait, no, never mind. Almost all of these wires are the same color. But hang on a minute.
Excellent.
In looking through this service manual, I discovered something. The E15 isn't a 3-speed, it's a 7-speed. So I cracked open the control panel to see what happened to my other 4 speeds.
Well, I decided to have a curious poke around behind this panel, and I'm glad I did. Because, a bird! Well, that's not supposed to be there. Also, this is loose. I don't know if that's a problem, but I'm going to fix it anyway. And then this little thing on top is also loose. This resistor is soldered back into place poorly, and I replaced this terminal in because I broke it. And it's attached now.
That resistor is literally just a ceramic
piece.
piece.
My mower goes a lot faster now. Let's just put it full speed. And then off she go. 4 extra speeds unlocked. I fixed it. So how is it doing these top 4 speeds? Well, the first 3 speeds control the windings of the armature, the windings on the spinny bit in the middle of the motor, the rotor. The 4 speeds above that are controlling the field winding, which is the windings on the stationary outside of the motor, the stator. And this is where I stop fully understanding what's going on here. Because in the first 3 speeds, as you add resistors to the current flow going into the armature, the motor slows down. But in the top 4 speeds, as you add resistors to the current flow going into the field winding, the motor speeds up. As you add resistors, the motor speeds up. This is due to something called field weakening, which I don't fully understand, so here's an electrical engineer to explain it.
As Robert explained earlier, the motor in the mower is a separately excited motor, which means we have control of both the stator voltage and the rotor voltage.
Okay.
So what is field weakening then? Field weakening in a DC motor is the intentional under-excitation of the field winding. In this case, for the mower, that's a stator. This is achieved by increasing the effective field resistance to attenuate the magnetomotive force and thus the air gap flux linkage. Since the induced counter-electromotive force must balance the applied voltage, 36 volts in the mower, a reduction in flux means we need a proportional rise in angular velocity to maintain voltage
Angular velocity?
This balance effectively extends the motor's operational speed range beyond its base speed limit, changing the electromechanical coupling constant and altering the system's speed-torque characteristic from constant torque to constant power behavior. This is all very easy and straightforward to understand, so I'm going to assume you got all that, right, Robert?
Yeah, of course I understood that explanation. Any idiot could understand an explanation is, what? Anyway, there is no time delay between the top 4 speeds, but it will lock you out of the top 3 speeds in high current situations like climbing a hill or whatever. The resistors for the field weakening circuit aren't giant metal bands, they're just these guys right here. And this switch disables the field weakening circuit entirely, which is how I was able to fake my mower being a 3-speed earlier. And yes, the astute amongst you may have noticed that I am missing one of these resistors, and whatever was in C1. Speed control was different across the whole lineup.
Well, that seems ominous.
The ER8-36, great name, had a single-speed gearbox, but 5 forward motor speeds and 1 reverse motor speed. And that was controlled by this lever right here. The E8M and E10M, I've already showed you, have a 3-speed gearbox with a clutch and a single-speed motor. Both the E12 and the E14 have 3
clutch is still doing a lot of lifting
speeds,
there.
but the E12 has a 3-speed gearbox and the E14 has a 4-speed gearbox. Both the E16 and E20 have 7 forward speeds, 3 reverse speeds, and a 4-speed gearbox.
Don't worry, we'll get to the really cool part here in a second.
Is unique in that it has a foot pedal throttle and cruise control. You'll notice the
Cruise
E15
control
that I have isn't even in this lineup. It's because the E15 is an earlier model that was later replaced by the E14 and E16. I don't know exactly what year this brochure is from, but right on the front cover it mentions the oil crisis. so it couldn't have been any earlier than 1973. This separate attachments brochure I have is from earlier and only mentions the E12,
oil
E15,
crisis.
and E20. These mowers are really cool, and the way they work is fascinating, but at the end of the day, they're just mowers. I wouldn't be nearly as excited as I am about them without the attachments and accessories.
All right, here we go.
Variety of stuff you'd expect to be offered with a garden tractor. Stuff like a dump cart, a winter cab, a push blade, a single bottom plow, a cultivator, a golf bag holder, etc.
Excellent. Golf cart,
that's not the
electric
cool stuff.
tractor,
the
golf
cool
cart.
Stuff is, this is a drill from the early 70s. Like most every other drill from that time period, it is ergonomically challenged, and the solid aluminum body will suck the heat straight out of your hand on a cold day. This is a pretty basic drill, too. The chuck is only 1/4 of an inch, it is not variable speed, and it doesn't even have reverse. So this drill is no good at dismantling. It can only mantle. The reason I'm showing you this, as you probably already guessed, is because this isn't an ordinary drill. It's a GE Electrac drill designed to run off the 36-volt batteries in your GE Electrac mower. Just plug in the 2-pin twist lock connector into your GE Electrac, and you've got a drill wherever your mower is.
Excellent.
Okay, yes, I realize that from a modern perspective, this is not impressive, but consider the context. The GE Electrac line was produced from 1969 to 1975, and in that time frame, cordless drills didn't exist.
No, they
that's not
didn't.
exactly true. There was an industry-level cordless drill available from Black & Decker, but the first widely available cordless drill didn't come until Makita released theirs in 1978. So cordless drills basically didn't exist. This particular
No, I was
attachment
laughing
isn't
because he was
actually
just
referred to
riding
as the
around.
drill. It's referred to as the power handle because the tool heads are interchangeable. This is a 1/4-inch
excellent.
drill, but you could also get a 3/8
I was just laughing because he was just driving around
jigsaw,
screwing
a
his screw
sander,
gun in the
hedge
air.
clippers, and the thing that I have.
Ah! The Finger Remover
How cool is
9000.
this? Plus, GE sold other versions of this power handle that ran off a wall outlet. One was even variable speed. But it wasn't just the drill. GE made a whole lineup of accessories and attachments powered by the batteries in the mower. There was a small tiller, a big tiller, a trimmer, a chainsaw, a snowblower, a shop vacuum, a rotary broom, and an electro-hydraulic front-end loader. They made some proper machinery for these little things. But the two coolest electric-powered attachments, by far, in my opinion, are these two things right here. This is an inverter that took the 36 volts DC out of the mower batteries and turned it into 120 volts AC to power your everything. This took your mower and turned it into a quiet portable power station. You know, like one of these. But in the 70s, early versions of these inverters were actually fully electronic, but also apparently hideously unreliable. So later versions were simple rotary inverters, which is just a brushed DC motor spinning a generator head. Less efficient, but more reliable. And then there's this attachment that I actually have. It's a freaking welder.
There
it's a
you go.
Electrac branded DC stick welder powered by the mower, and it works.
For suspense. It was censored for suspense.
Well, it doesn't appear to be a very good welder, but it's the best welding I've ever done with a mower.
It's the best welding I've ever done with a mower.
You know, actually, that looks better than I expected it to. Okay, so maybe it's not a great welder, but we'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Assume maybe some connections need cleaning, or maybe it's a skill issue. Regardless, you're gonna love how simple this thing is. In the back is the screw terminal for the positive electrode, and in the front is the negative terminal. You have one for each current setting, low, medium, and high. There are 0 electronics in this welder, so how does it work? Yeah, you remember those resistor coils from the motor speed controller, the big metal bands wrapping around the block of hopefully not asbestos? Well, in this
I love
welded
hopefully
box,
not
there's
asbestos.
2 of those. In low, you're sending power through both of those resistor coils. In medium, you're sending power through one of them. And in high, you're bypassing them entirely. In other words, in high, you're just dead shorting the 36-volt batteries in the mower through the welding electrode. That's all this is. Most welders operate in the 20 to 40-volt range, and this mower is 36 volts, so theoretically, it's perfect. Unfortunately, the welder and the power head are the only 2 accessories I have for these mowers, unless you count the mower decks themselves. I don't really want to start collecting accessories for these things, but
No,
it'd be cool
do
to try
it!
something like the snowblower or the tiller. And this feels
Or
like
the
as good a
front
time as
end
any to mention
loader.
the website, myelectrax.com. The guy has a whole collection of Electrax, a whole collection of accessories and attachments, and a bunch of
Oh, they don't
information
only come
about
in red.
everything. And he's got some really rare stuff too, like an industrial version of the Electrax with an electro-hydraulic forklift attachment
Fucking
on the front of it.
great.
How cool is that? I'll leave a link in the description. You should really check out that website. There's a whole bunch of information on there. Okay, earlier I gave you a run through the 3 attachment ports on this mower. Well, it's time to give those a closer look because they are equal parts brilliant and stupid. This is the 12-volt port. I don't know what, if any of the accessories use this port, but here it is. And how do you get 12 volts from a 36-volt pack? Well, you just tap off 2 of the 6-volt batteries and throw the pack out of balance.
Oh,
this is the 2-pin twist
in
lock
lithium-ion
connector.
world, that creates a
to the
fire.
36-volt battery. It's always live, which is why this is the port I use for charging. It's also the port used for the smaller, low-powered accessories like the drill, chainsaw, etc. And then there's this connector up here with 3 pins and 3 wires. It's much larger, so it can handle more current for the bigger stuff, like the mower deck, the tiller, the snowblower, the welder. This port is not always active. You have to turn it on with the PTO switch on the dash. And because it powers various deadly spinny things like the mower and the tiller, it's also connected to various safety switches on the mower too,
that's
like
the
the
entire
safety switch
W2.
under the seat. You have to be sitting on the mower to activate this port, which makes perfect sense. Except the welder uses that port. So to use the welder, you have to be sitting in the seat? I'm going to assume I'm missing something, because otherwise that's a big oversight. Although
Yeah,
this makes me think
seat
I'm not missing
welding.
anything. Leaving the seat will shut down tractor and PTO. Now you might think, well, just disable the safety switch under the seat then. You don't need that. Absolutely not. With this safety switch disabled or pressed down, it is trivially easy to accidentally bump the speed control lever on the mower and send it careening off into my garage door or whatever.
Away
Or
it
even
goes.
worse, yeah, you get the idea. I'm not disabling the safety
Excellent.
switch. So if I want to use that port while not sitting on the welder, I just put this little clamp on the switch. And it works. There's something super dangerous and stupid about these attachment ports that you may have already noticed. But first, another clever thing. Why does the big attachment port have 3 pins and 3 wires going to it when it should only need a positive and a negative for a DC connection? When the PTO is switched on and this port is active, this is the positive, this is the negative, and this pin is connected to nothing. When the PTO
I love
is switched
connecting to
off,
nothing.
the negative is disconnected from the battery pack, the positive is still connected, and then this wire becomes connected to this wire. So these 2 pins are shorted together. With the brush DC motors on this mower deck, I can spin them freely.
You better be
And yes,
learning.
it's
There will be a
generating small current
test.
and spinning the other blades. But, and I can't explain why this happens, if I connect the positive and negative of the stator together, that's the stationary bit of the motor, it doesn't spin as freely anymore. It essentially acts as a brake, and you'll notice it's not spinning the other blades anymore either. With the mower deck and presumably other spinny death attachments, the positive is connected to
I
this
love
pin,
spinny death
but the
attachments.
negative is connected to this pin and this pin. So when you switch the PTO off and these 2 pins are shorted together, it's shorted together the positive and negative of the motors on the mower deck and bringing them to a stop basically instantly. And this is super effective. As a demonstration of this, first I'll just unplug it so those 2 pins will not be shorted. They take quite a long time to spin down. And now I'll just switch it off like normal so those 2 pins will be shorted. Stops instantly.
Stops instantly.
That's pretty clever. Okay, now back to something stupid. The 2-pin twist lock and the bigger 3-pin connector for the attachment ports are standardized connectors. Meant for 240 volts AC.
Yeah,
the
they
power
are.
cord for the mower deck is literally a power cord you can buy for an oven at Home Depot or whatever. From a repairability standpoint, this is fantastic. In fact, the 3-pin port on my mower came broken, but all I had to do was go to Home Depot and buy a new one. But from a safety perspective, this is horrifying. Now, it's highly unlikely someone's gonna drag their whole mower deck into their kitchen and then plug this into the outlet mitt for their oven or whatever. But you can absolutely do that with the welder. This thing's super portable. In fact, you might already have an outlet like this installed in your garage
for an electric
welder.
For a welder or an electric car.
You from plugging in this welder that's meant for 36 volts DC into an outlet that's going to put out 240 volts AC is a sticker on the back that tells you you might die if you do that. Same goes with every other attachment that uses
that
these
would kill
ports.
you.
You can physically plug this into a 240 volt wall outlet and you might not die, but the tool is absolutely going to.
There's a good chance it explodes. And since it's from the 70s, it'll explode with asbestos.
You know what I haven't told you yet? What these are actually like to use. Like, as mowers. Well, they're fine.
Thank you.
They're all right. This little guy is just a touch annoying. It's fine when you're mowing at a steady speed, but anytime you need to come to a stop, you just don't want to because it's so hard to get going again. Come on. Slip. Yeah, it's on a slight uphill. There we go. It mows fine, and it's a lot quieter than almost any other mower, as evidenced by you being able to hear me while I'm mowing. But that part's annoying. It's probably no worse than any other gas-powered lawnmower from the 70s, especially since hydrostatic drives weren't really a thing yet around this time period. But it is
I don't know what that word means.
Oh, and as I mentioned earlier, it's unreasonably fun. This thing's a hoot, and I still don't understand it. The big guy is not quite as quiet as the little one, especially when you get the mower deck going. But it's significantly less annoying to drive than Shifty McStallface over there. The built-in throttle delay takes some getting used to, but at least it starts from a stop instantly. It's just the getting to going faster
how are
that
you?
has the delay built in.
We're watching about electric mowers from the 70s.
You get used to it pretty quickly. As far as the actual mowing goes, when I first saw this front-mounted mower deck, I thought it would be so much better. It's rolling over the ground independent of the mower, so it should cut more level. It's easy to flip up to work on it. It's easy to remove, etc., etc. And all of that is true, but what I didn't see is this. Because that mower is way out up in front, if I want to mow around something, pretend that's a tree, well, I can't get anywhere near it. I have to stop, back up, and attack it again. And then if I want to do the other
play the electric mower in attack mode.
I can't just drive around something. I have to do this silly maneuvering. And I'm not even getting close to it, really. And not that you'd be doing this with any regularity, but height adjustment on this thing is a pain. You have to unbolt the whole roller assembly on the back, and there's some pins that it bolts into for different heights. And then the front rollers, you have to completely remove them and move washers around. It's a whole faff. So while I love these Electrics for just getting the yard
Sorry,
mode,
your neighbor threatened you.
I prefer my
Hopefully
modern
they
electric
fall off a
zero-turn
cliff
mower,
and
yes, I
die.
realize how completely unfair of a comparison that is to make. But compared to other mowers from the era, it seems like these were quite a bit better. They're dramatically quieter, they're cheaper to run, they require less maintenance, they're easier to drive.
You
with
know,
the exception of Shifty McStallface over there.
all
you
the
don't
things
have
that
to
we
go
say
get
about electric
gas,
cars
and
today.
You could win a tug of war with one of those inferior John Deere tractors.
Outpull conventional tractors have even higher power ratings, even with extra weight added.
Obviously, you couldn't run a lawn mowing service with one of these. They could only do 1 yard a day, but that's clearly not the market they were targeting. GE built about 30,000.
I mean, just keep 1,000 lead-acid batteries in your trunk.
With New Idea branding and paint. But in 1973, they started having some money issues, and in 1974, GE sold off the Electrac lineup to Wheelhorse. Wheelhorse continued producing Electrac tractors in the original Schenectady, New York factory until
It sounds like what people call the original motor
which was
vehicle.
just a year later. And then they moved production to South Bend, Indiana, where they continued to produce electric tractors until 1983. Some of Wheelhorse's electric tractors were just rebranded, repainted Electrac models, but Wheelhorse did have their own electric tractor models as well. The GE Electrac line was pretty successful, but it didn't last very long at all, and it doesn't seem like it was the smash hit they needed it to be. Economic factors aside, of which there were quite a
What's
few
up,
around
Zozo?
1973, I think a clue as to why these mowers didn't sell a bit better lies on the front page of this advertisement from 1973 or 1974. Peace
Well,
and
I'm glad you're
quiet,
taking care of yourself,
now
Morgan.
starting at $695. That's almost $5,000 in 2025 money.
Yeah,
and
that's
for the
pricey.
base model. And it's only going to go up from there, and then you start adding on attachments and accessories, many of which had their own motor that wouldn't have been I think these were expensive. And of course, they were powered by lead-acid batteries, which kind of suck. And on top of that, GE said you would have to replace the batteries every 5 years, which isn't particularly appealing. These tractors were ahead of their time. Which brings me to my final thought. The solutions they came up with in these mowers to work around the technology available to them at the time is fascinating. But these mowers are undoubtedly compromised by the technology available at the time.
Yep.
If a company today were to build something like this, they could use AC motors with electronic speed controllers for infinitely variable speed control, much higher power and torque, and much greater efficiency. They could use lithium iron phosphate batteries for triple or quadruple the battery capacity and a lifespan of 1 to 2 decades. They could use commodity plastics and electronics to make them a lot cheaper than these were to make, etc., etc. A company today could make something like this, but infinitely better. So why haven't they? Sure, there are
That's an
several
excellent
options for
fucking
electric
question.
lawnmowers available today, but almost universally, their battery is barely big enough, and they're way too expensive for no reason. Like this John Deere Z380R that is $9,000 and has less battery capacity than the E15 does. And the E15 has lead-acid batteries. But as far as I know, nothing like this, with this size, form factor, and whole
But
range
Zozo,
of
how are you gonna play God of
electrically
War
powered
on a
accessories and
PC?
attachments exists today, and it absolutely should. Maybe there is a modern spiritual successor to the electronic lineup that I just don't know about. If there is, let me know about it. What a rabbit hole I went down when I got this one. What started out as, hey, would you be interested in my old mower? Turned into, whoops, I got 2 of them now. When he
Zozo
arrived with
lives
this
in
thing, I
Iraq,
didn't
and
really
that's a
know
little hard
anything
to
at all
do.
about it, and then he showed me the drill, and I was instantly hooked. And then I started looking up information about these. I got down a rabbit hole, and then I started hunting for the bigger models for sale to buy. And that's how I found this one, and I did drive all the way to Maine to pick it up. And I don't regret any of it. This is
So there we go, chat. How do you now feel about your 1970s fucking mowers? Okay, I guess. Wow, and here I thought I had a good YouTube video for you, chat. I'm sorry that it wasn't good enough for you. I'll just end stream and huff my own farts. We won't watch any more electric car stuff. I'm sorry that I like electric car stuff. No, I think chat's spoken. I think we're going back to watching Cooking with Kay. I think chat needs to be punished. To be fair, given the market, pre-builts might actually be cheaper in Iraq. To be fair, they're frequently cheaper in America now. Just because at least they can get slightly better bargains on a few of the components that are now in top scarcity. Micro Center's willing to part with some sticks of RAM in their pre-builts at a reasonable price. To be fair, I'm still not sold that a PC is a good value regardless in Sozo's position. But not my money, I guess. It's not really about price, Sozo. I mean, it is about price, but not in the transparent way that you think it is. See, unlike consoles where when you buy a game that says it works for the PS4, it works for the PS4. Computer components, when you look at games, they require all different kinds of certain strengths and powers and all this stuff. And I think when you're at the low-end market, it's really hard to beat the price per performance of a PS4 or PS5. Like, if all you have to spend is $300, it just is. There's also the reliability, yes. Steam Decks are, in fact, not available in Iraq. Oh, let's go see what video we're getting here. That's just what it is. If you're trading the cost of a PS4 for a PC, you're downgrading your experience. Uncertain. But you're still going to have Windows and all the other shit that comes with that. That's also true. You can't buy any Steam Decks unless you're talking on the used market.
Sloppy.
It does that. I mean, I also like building computers. I do it all the time. But I'm also not making these decisions with only like $300. Fine, we'll fucking watch Chubby Emu.
A student ate 20 protein bars every day for 6 weeks. This is what happened to his colon. Jay-Z is a 22-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with abdominal pain and obstipation, a complete constipation. He tells the admitting doctor that it had been days since his last bowel movement. Every half hour, he'd feel a cramping so hard that his ears would start ringing. It was the worst pain that he had ever felt in his life. Jay-Z was a college student. He made friends with a girl in his class, Lori. They studied together all the time. They'd go over lecture materials late, and then they'd get late-night takeout with each other as a study break. Sometimes, one of them would forget about class announcement, but because they were always in touch, they served as constant reminders to one another to make sure to never forget anything. They were important to each other. But then, Jay-Z started feeling another way about Lori, and she didn't reciprocate. At first, she wanted to stay friends, but as he kept messaging her nonstop, she eventually didn't even want to be that either. Every day, after sending her all of those messages, he would wait for her to reply, but he was never going to get anything back again. Sometimes his phone would go off and he'd get really excited, but it always turned out to be someone else messaging him. Depressed, Jay-Z looked in the mirror. He couldn't remember a time in his life when he hadn't been brutally rejected. It's just that this time, he really thought that she liked him back. He looked in the mirror and he
Incel
made a
behavior.
realization. It was time for him to go to the gym. Jay-Z was building muscle. He read online about how
my
you
liver
needed to
already
do
doesn't work.
more than just lift weights. What he needed was to eat protein. He noticed how he wasn't eating as much meat and eggs as he originally thought. Actually, he had always eaten a high-fiber diet since he was a kid, lots of vegetables. He started supplementing with protein bars. He saw that these bars were cheaper than regular food. He also noticed that these bars were calorie-dense, so for every bite of bar, it was a shortcut to getting his daily requirements. Jay-Z read that he needed 1 gram of protein per pound of his target body weight daily in order to build muscle. If he wanted to be 400 pounds of muscle and each bar had 20 grams of protein, then it meant that eating 20 of these bars daily was the way. These were so cheap, so no problem. In his mind, he has to put himself through the fire. Suffering is the only way that he can become his true self, and he started to eat, but then things started to happen. One day, Jay-Z noticed during a bowel movement that it felt like clay. This is going to leave skid marks everywhere, he thought.
It's gonna
And
leave
he was
skid
right.
marks
But
everywhere.
then he stopped having bowel movements altogether. He noticed that his gut was growing. Jay-Z had been making gains in the gym.
Just
He could
like an
feel the
alpha
pump
male.
happening in his muscles. The stomach's a muscle, so maybe it's getting jacked now too, he thought. But as the days passed, Jay-Z had less of an appetite. He felt more and more bloated. The more pain he felt, the happier he convinced himself that he was, because through the fire was the only way to salvation. One morning, Jay-Z woke up on the couch. There was a trash can nearby. He opened a protein bar breakfast and swallowed a bite, but he felt a sour taste flood into his mouth from the bottom of his cheeks, like the protein bar was coming right back up, but nothing came
Protein
up. But
revenge.
He felt something move inside his abdomen. And then the hurt became too much. It became swollen suddenly. Pain was spread all over his entire midsection. He musters up the strength to bring himself to the emergency room, where we are now. At examination, the doctor noticed Jay-Z's distended abdomen and his diffuse pain. He didn't have a fever, and that's important to know because it means that his gut hasn't perforated yet, and it hasn't leaked its contents and bacteria out into his body. Given his recent history of abdominal pain and complete constipation for days, the medical team has some idea of what's happening. When they ask him what he had eaten recently, he tells them 20 protein bars every day for at least the last 6 weeks.
Nothing
and this
else.
gives them some clues as to what's happening.
Just a lot of protein
bars are usually made of dairy proteins, whey, casein, and milk. Just these proteins as powders, especially casein, becomes thick with water. These are generally higher quality than soy protein bars that you'll find. They become thick and viscous when you grind them up with a little bit of water.
Chat,
Some
are
of
you
this
ready
is
for
from
the great
protein, but
soy
depending on
rebranding?
the bar, there's other ingredients that make it thick.
Not only do you want plenty of water with this, but you also just want to make sure you don't eat too many of these. Because if this gets stuck in your gut, it's over. It's done. Your body's going to be digesting some of this, and that's fine.
Sperm does
But
not
there's a limit
actually
here.
turn into digestible
Speaking of skid
protein.
marks, it's not that the body won't absorb some of the nutrients in the bar, but if not enough water is taken with certain bars, it might be hard to move this through your gut if other foods and drinks are consumed later, which is a problem because Jay-Z ate only protein bars every day for 6 weeks. An abdominal X-ray reveals a markedly dilated
I don't
bowel
live in the
in
UK, so I
abdomen,
don't know.
with the apex of the dilated loops pointing towards the upper right quadrant. This means that something's wrong with Jay-Z's large intestines, but what is it? The word gut refers to the gastrointestinal tract. It's the stomach and the small and large intestines. Bowel refers to just the intestines, of which there are small bowels and large bowels. When you eat, you chew
small
the food in your
bowels
mouth,
and
and
large
your stomach churns it.
bowels.
These are mechanical processing. Saliva and stomach enzymes act on the foods to chemically process them. The mechanical and the chemical processing are
What
done
is this,
together
Japan?
to break down the foods.
I need my
so that
license
once they enter
license?
the bowel, their nutrients can be absorbed.
For my Mario
The small
and Luigi
intestines
Mario?
absorb fat, protein, and carbohydrates. It's long, so that the contact time with chyme.
Anyone else
the
remember
mechanically
the
and
old
chemically
fucking
processed
like
food, is
1980s
maximized.
Mario
But then
Bros
chyme
movie?
enters the large intestines where
Or
its
am I the
water
only
is
one that gets to
absorbed,
have this
and
fever
this is where
dream?
it becomes feces. What can go wrong here? Well, there's 2 things to know about large bowel anatomy. First, in order to absorb nutrients and water from food, there needs to be a massive blood supply going through the intestines. You don't want to disturb this ever. The second thing to know is that the large intestines form a rectangle in the abdomen.
Yes,
when food
that
comes
one.
in from the small intestines, it goes up the
I just
ascending
remember,
colon,
hey,
crosses
I'm
over
Mario
through
Mario.
the
It's my brother
transverse
Luigi
colon,
Mario.
goes down the descending colon, and then through the sigmoid colon before making its way out
What
as
is
the
this,
feces
Metal Gear
that you're
Solid
familiar
2?
with. But here's the problem.
I feel like I'm
GI
reading the
tract
Arsenal
is a
Gear map.
continuous tube from your mouth to your other end, and tubes can get blocked. It's long, so there's many different points of failure.
Are
The gut
humans
is
the
one
internet? Because they're just a
internal body
series of
structure
tube.
that comes into contact with external things all the time, so there can be a variety of problems. Because it's extractive, when a blockage happens, that blockage gets harder. The chyme piles up, continues to get harder, making the blockage worse. That adds to the pressure on that blockage, and then the walls of the gut start to stretch as more and more food is added on. Because there's a huge blood supply going to the gut, this stretch compresses blood vessels, starving that part of the gut of oxygen. Gut is a muscle, and muscles need a lot of oxygen to function. When it starts to
Rectangles
starve
only?
of that
I'm a bit
oxygen,
more of a fan
the
of
tissue can start to
hexagrams.
become damaged before rotting away. This will cause it to perforate and leak the contents of the gut out into the body, and all the bacteria and fluids and what would have been feces all come out.
What would
and
have
cause
been
an infection.
feces? That's my new
The
fucking
CT
band
scan
name.
and X-ray did show that Jay-Z had a blockage, but something more was happening. The sigmoid colon doesn't have an exact location. It's just the segment of large bowel between the descending colon and the rectum. Everyone has
And
different
the
anatomy, and the gut
butthole.
is highly variable. The intestines are attached in the abdomen near your back by an organ called the mesentery. This has fat, blood vessels, lymph nodes, and nerves, all going to the intestines. Most of the colon is well attached to the posterior abdominal wall, so it
Your
doesn't
butthole.
move. But the sigmoid colon isn't attached to this. The part of the mesentery that it's attached to is variable, meaning that from person to person, sigmoid colon length is variable. In some people, it's short. In others, it's long. So long that it leaks into
all
the
my
right side
homies
of their
have
body,
a
and it can also
long
ascend
sigmoid colon,
high
so they can
into
take
the
a
abdomen.
long
Jay-Z's anatomy
shit.
is a long sigmoid colon. A diet of excess, dense protein bars with limited water, loaded and elongated and distended both ends of his sigmoid colon. This brought these ends together. Once this was in place,
Jiggle.
all he had to do was strain on the toilet or even just cough, causing some tension in the abdomen, and his sigmoid colon twisted on itself. At first,
twisties.
some air and some feces entered into the loop, but as the twist became tighter, a complete obstruction developed. This caused his abdomen to swell. This is called a sigmoid volvulus. Very soon, the pressure on the mesenteric blood vessels will block blood flow to his large intestines, choking it off of oxygen and ending with bowel gangrene. This will cause permanent damage,
Gangrene.
and contents of his gut will leak out into his abdomen, causing a life-threatening emergency if this isn't taken
sepsis.
care of immediately.
All
as
my
he's sent
homies love
in for
sepsis.
surgery. Given that protein digestion can be a complicated process happening in the stomach, with minor parts happening in the rest of the gut
Chubby
afterwards,
emu
a
video,
gross
nothing in it
excess
is gonna
of
be
protein
good.
bars taken without enough water can have trouble moving through part of the gut that absorbs water from that food.
We have like the one where the family ate their favorite corn noodles one day and everyone but one person died because he didn't eat it.
It created the perfect condition for things to twist. In the operating room, doctor sent a scope into his body. Because it doesn't look like his intestines have perforated just yet, they may not have to cut him open. They can try to detorse his colon and decompress it. Something that Jay-Z could have done to prevent this was to eat fiber. If it was food,
He
it would be
essentially
found in
does
green
medical
leafy vegetables.
education
If it was supplements, it would be
through
psyllium husk powder
medical
or capsules,
studies.
not inulin that you would find in fiber gummies or
That is
chewable
pretty much his
tablets.
entire content,
Fiber
yes.
is a kind of sugar, but humans can't digest it. This means that it passes through the gut without getting changed. Sugars have the ability to draw water towards them, so fiber draws water into the gut and keeps it there, softening the stool. Had Jay-Z consumed fiber
But they're
with his
never
protein
anything
bars and
normal.
really just eaten any other food too, he might not have had this problem, but there's something else to know. Ironically, eating too much fiber all the time can also cause sigmoid volvulus.
I don't
Plant
fucking know.
material is undigestible. When extreme excess
I don't even
is
know what a
eaten,
brew
it can
is.
linger with water and stretch and distend the sigmoid
That's a
colon
command
and
for
predispose one to torsion.
homebrew on Mac.
So, Jay-Z's prevention, if also taken to the extreme, can cause the same problem that it could prevent. Surgeons were able to successfully detorse and decompress Jay-Z's colon. The operation took less than 15 minutes. When he recovered, he was told about not eating so many protein bars all the time as he was able to make a full recovery. Fellas, I've been there before too. The point of the gym is to build positive habits, specifically discipline, not self-immolation. No excuses, no substitutes. You gotta do it means that you gotta do it, but be smart about how you want to do it. People who try to argue with that shall be together alone with their excuses. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
All right, chat. There you go. We have done our oh yeah, the horse electrolytes video. Did you ever find love? I fucking hope not. But yeah, chat, are you not ready for the great soy rebranding? Am I the only one that knows that there's going to be a great soy rebranding? So, hear me out here. So, what happens when you ask, when right-wing fuckwits learn about soy? They get all like, soy's bad for you, soy's femme for you. But now that we're not exporting any of our soy, we're gonna need to sell it and use it locally. And historically, the people that we do this to are the fuckers who listen to Joe Rogan. So I'm looking forward to the guy who shows up on fucking Joe Rogan being like, it turns out the science was wrong on soy. Soy will make you a masculine man with giant balls that shoot ropes so thick they're as thick as my wrist. In order to move all the soy for the rich fucking farmers that don't produce foods for you locally, they produce soy for China and can't anymore. So I'm looking forward to the great soy rebranding when we have to convince all the chuds that soy good, actually. You mean like normal bodybuilders. You don't mean like alt-right people who show their testicles to the sun every morning to make sure that their loads are thick. Yeah, they essentially ripped out half his colon and said, don't eat as much protein, you dipshit. So what do we do? Do we do more electric cars? Do we do more medical horrors? Do we do Kay's cooking? Someone other than Diosu yell at me. You got one? All right. I swear to God, if it's Mega 64, I will shit so hard that I'm turning off the stream. Fucking trans puppy girls, man. Big Chungus.
Are you trying to tell me I should ride you?
The horse electrolytes is definitely a good one. That one has a lot of chemistry in it. I do like the horse electrolytes one. That was the first Chubby Emu video I ever saw. And everyone lived in that one, unlike a lot of his other ones where everyone dies terribly. I mean, human electrolytes are fine. Just don't eat horse electrolytes. Uh-huh. come. I love methylene to ethylene. Alright, I'm not gonna sit here and watch 23 minutes of him panning to fucking music. Three times speed, buddy.
Thank you for your help. This is my plastic model diary. This time I will be making a real Ray Evangelion Unit 2. This is the third in the Bandai Real Ray Evangelion series. I'm really looking forward to the new releases that are planned for the future.
Excellent.
Now, let's take a look inside the box. As expected from Real Ray, despite being a compact kit that fits in the palm of your hand, it's packed with volume. Now, let's start assembling. The part that I've been most concerned about in my previous builds is the articulated waist part. Even though I carefully cut it off from the runner with God Hand's high-quality nippers, I'm still concerned about the cut surface. That's where the 100 yen shop nail file comes in. This nail file has the helpful order of the files. 1, 2,
Faster! Faster!
This nail file was introduced on the Crafted channel. I'll put a link in the description, so if you're interested.
I don't care! I know how to build Gunpla!
It has a unique frame structure to the Evangelion series. Even if you build it according to the instructions, it falls off every time.
No, it doesn't!
My favorite instant adhesive. This adhesive is...
It literally is because you're supposed to screw it. You rotate it, and there's an extended piece of plastic that causes it to slip. I've lost all respect for this fucker. I'm watching Horse Electrolytes. Why is he so fast? Because I didn't want to watch 20 minutes of him.
Electrolytes at nighttime. This is what happened to his brain. HW is a 44-year-old
Euro, he doesn't know how to read instructions.
To the emergency room, agitated, confused, and with a massive headache. Paramedics tell the admitting nurse that they saw him have a seizure. When he regained consciousness, he had no idea where he was. The previous night, HW was with Mike. They had gotten to know each other 1 week earlier because HW had a girlfriend named Katie. He had been dating her for a couple of years. Mike also had a girlfriend he'd been dating for a couple years.
I love
also
dating for a
named
couple of
Katie.
years.
And this week, both men found out they had the same girlfriend.
Oh my god,
The men
same
went
girlfriend?
into no contact with Katie, and HW and Mike got to know each other. HW had
Homo?
been having health problems. He was tired all the time. He had horrible insomnia, but the doctor would tell him to get cognitive behavioral therapy. That never worked for him.
That's
His
what my
body
doctor
ached,
told me
and
too.
His head would hurt, and no amount of ibuprofen would fix anything. More recently, he had stomach pains that would cause him nausea and vomiting.
And then I
He'd have
told them that
weird
just every
spots on
time I
his
close
skin.
my eyes,
He
I see
couldn't
my
get a good
rapist,
answer
and they're
from the
like,
doctor about anything.
ah.
But where he thought he got an answer was the farming supply store. One day, while browsing, he saw horse electrolytes. Horses
horse
are strong.
electrolytes.
They need to be well hydrated. If you wanted to be as strong as horses and electrolytes hydrate the horses, then the answer is right in front of him. He also saw
Well, the problem
someone
is that my
tweet
insurance wouldn't give me
positively about
my,
it
when I
recently.
switched doctors, my
So,
insurance
no
wouldn't
better
give
time
me
than
my
now to
insomnia
drink
meds
the
without
horse
doing
electrolytes. Have a scoop and you'd feel great.
CBTI first.
Definitely no such thing as a placebo. With Mike, HW talked about rehydration. He said that hangover is caused by massive urination of water. So if alcohol leads to water loss, but electrolytes replenish water, well then horse electrolytes will basically turn you,
You know
into
what?
the
I
fountain of
deserve
youth.
a spin wheel.
The more you drink, the stronger you'll be. And it was time for them to drink. HW became so inebriated that he couldn't even remember his own name. He dumped an unknown number of horse salt scoops into a cup.
This
and
guy's
drank
my
as one
favorite.
of the
He
last
looks like
things
such
that
a
he
dumb
could
tro.
remember. But the natural reaction kicked in. It was so much salt that it burned on the way down. His stomach felt like it was on fire. Hours later, on the couch, he suddenly got up in a world of hurt. He went to use the bathroom, and it was here where he has his first seizure. Mike got up at the commotion to see what was happening.
Piss all the
Panicked,
blood.
He calls for 911, and HW is brought to the emergency room.
No!
Drinking a massive amount of supplement designed for a horse is going to cause problems if you're not a horse. One difference between animal and human supplements are the reported
What do you
amounts.
mean? What if I'm a
Typically, on human
horse?
supplements, you'll see exact amounts per serving size. We tend to be familiar with and take more care of the needs of our own. But animal supplements, on the other hand, aren't quite as exact. They cite ranges or guarantee minimums. And there's a lot of variability in humans, no doubt, but with how much larger a horse is than a human, the differences from one horse to another, just from a number standpoint, might be greater, so this should make sense. What also makes sense is what's happening to HW. Let's suppose that he took just 3 scoops.
It's so
and conservatively,
blue.
We
Look
use
at
the
it.
maximum values when a range is cited, and we use the minimum value when there is no range. And we can go right through
It's
the
so
list.
blue.
Copper is a metal. It's used by our bodies to make chemical reactions happen. The highest concentrations are in the brain, liver, and kidneys. Too much copper in
I
the
like
body
how
can
blue
stress
this
the
is.
cells, but horse electrolytes
I can't
is
wait
made
to
of
watch the anime this week and be
0.001%
disappointed.
Copper. Even in 3 full scoops, this isn't even close to cause HW's problems. Zinc is also a metal sometimes considered the opposite of copper in the body, because when you take copper, your body eliminates zinc, and when you take zinc, your body eliminates copper. Zinc is also used to make different chemical reactions happen. The amount of zinc in horse electrolyte is a little high for humans, but not high enough to cause any of HW's problems. Iron is a metal commonly found in our red blood cells,
Horse
where
cum.
it's critical to holding on to oxygen.
Drink horse electrolyte,
Too
get
much
horse
iron
cum.
can be corrosive. It can destroy the metabolism.
Diosu,
and
why are
injure
you so
cells.
cum-brain
But
today?
the horse electrolytes that HW took didn't contain enough iron to do any of this in 3 scoops. And potassium. There's a lot of potassium in our body, mostly inside cells. It sends signals for the body to do things. The most immediately life-threatening thing that high potassium
Aren't I?
can do
Because I
is
fucking
stop the
nearly
heart.
died
But the kidneys
yesterday.
are very
2 days
efficient
ago?
in getting rid of potassium. And HW doesn't have anything wrong with his kidneys, so there's not enough here to cause him problems. Calcium is a mineral that's used by the body to make bones and also to send signals inside cells. Too much calcium can cause electrical discharge in the brain and it can shut down the kidneys. HW would have gotten a maximum dose of almost 8 grams. This can cause symptoms, most notably one that he already
I like
has.
this, Flynn. You
coma.
know what? I'm
But the
going to make
kidneys
sure
have a
I
way to
print
filter
out
this
your
out
comment
fairly
there
efficiently,
and
so
leave
might
it on
not
my
be
counter. So if
that big of
Xanon
a
comes home
problem
and finds
if
my
you really
dead
did
body,
take just 3
he knows who to
scoops.
look at.
Manganese is also a metal that's used by the body for chemical reactions. Horses probably need a lot of it to maintain their normal function, and humans aren't horses. Their bodies do
And
more work
humans
than
aren't
us. They're bigger
horses.
than us. When we get too much manganese, bad things can start
God,
to happen
this-
to the
this
brain.
pack is
This
so
could explain
big.
HW seizure and unconsciousness because the 3 scoops of horse electrolytes that he took is 1,500% more than normal human daily intake. And while this is high, it's not the highest thing that he took. Salt is sodium chloride, and what's listed as sodium is likely a form of sodium bicarbonate because pure sodium metal
Look, it comes with
explodes
a
when you put
stand,
it
by
in
the way.
water, so there's no way that they put pure sodium in here. Combining the total sodium content means that 60%
This
of
just
the 3
proves that
scoops
Bandai could
contain
do this,
sodium.
and they don't.
This functionally comes out to as much sodium as 1/3 cup of salt, and that's more than the lethal dose of sodium. A blood test predictably finds that HW has hypernatremia. Hyper meaning high, natri referring to sodium, or more formally natrium as shown by its symbol on the periodic table of elements, and emia meaning
Knackle.
presence in blood. High sodium
Everyone
presence
gets
in
mad
blood.
that I say
The
knackle.
reason that this is so life-threatening is because wherever sodium is, water will flow towards it. In this small science experiment, I dissolve horse electrolyte in this water and place it into a tube. I submerge the tube in a pool of distilled water, and you'll see that water flows into the tube. That water flows towards the sodium. If
Oh, that
HW
reminds
has
me.
high sodium presence in blood,
I
then
should
it
go
means that
bash my
water
face
is
against
flowing out of
Blender
his organs and
and
into
make
his
my
blood.
my little
This
tokens
is
I
probably
want to
fine
make
for organs like the
for the
liver,
Gundam
and
card
maybe
game.
there's even no problem for the muscles. But where it's going to be a problem is something delicate like
That
the
way I
brain.
can sell them
He
on
had a seizure.
Etsy.
He was confused. These are brain problems. Inside his skull, his brain has been shrinking as water is getting sucked out, and in the resulting deformation, blood vessels can get sheared, causing a brain bleed, leading to permanent damage if nothing is done about this. If high sodium is present in his blood and water follows that sodium, then one solution is to give him less salty water. This will stop
Less
water from
salty
exiting his
water?
organs. It'll
But my
stop the
water
things
needs to
that
be
are happening to his
salty.
brain, and it should help get his kidneys to flush out all the excess horse electrolytes that he drank. But the problem is, doctors don't know how long ago he drank this, and this is important because it changes how they're going to treat him. Water doesn't only follow salt, it'll follow some other chemicals too. When the brain's size suddenly
Not a
changes,
very
the
tight
brain tries to
fit.
compensate. It'll try to pump sodium and those other chemicals in to try and maintain water balance. But this compensation happens over time, and those other chemicals that were pumped in aren't normally supposed to be in the brain, and they can't easily get pumped out. Actually, they can cause damage in the brain when it returns to normal. So this means if the medical team reverses HW's hypernatremia too quickly and his brain has already tried to adapt, then permanent damage will happen. But on the flip side, not treating him now is also going to cause permanent damage if it hasn't already happened. It's a few days
now it's
later
one part.
in the hospital. HW's serum sodium was corrected. He sits there with his eyes open, but when doctors try to speak to him, he just stares blankly into the void. It's possible that permanent damage has happened, but was it from the treatment or had it already happened? Hypernatremia's permanent damage would be the brain bleeding.
Mysterious cylinders. We always need more mysterious cylinders.
Permanent damage is something called osmotic demyelination. Myelin being the fatty sheath that covers the brain and the nerves, and osmotic referring to
demyelate,
osmosis,
demyelinate,
the mechanism
demyelinate.
whereby water flows towards where there's sodium or other chemicals, both of which we would call solute. This means that due to the inappropriate movement of solute and the subsequent water flow, the brain and the nerves are suffering demyelination. And given that myelin helps move electrical signals along the nerve, it means that HW might have trouble controlling his body with his brain. His muscles can't work. He might have problems with his senses, and his brain itself might not work. He might have cognitive problems. It was
I'm
hard
not
for
actually
him to
that into
stand.
frauding.
When he could, doctors asked him to close his eyes, and then they saw that he was unstable and needed to hold onto something until he opened his eyes. His speech was incoherent. Typically, when the patellar tendon is tapped, it triggers a reflex in the leg. When the response is diminished, it indicates that something is wrong.
I just think the word
And in
tastes
HW,
funny in my
his
mouth, so I
response is
say it a
diminished.
lot.
And this wasn't the only reflex that had a problem. HW also didn't have a vibratory sense in his lower extremities. Something happened to his brain. If it's demyelination, that should be
What a
visible
weird
on
stand.
MRI. Except when the medical team do that MRI, they didn't see demyelination. Really, they didn't see anything wrong. Sometimes demyelination takes a few weeks to be visible on the image, so this doesn't mean absolutely that he doesn't have it. Clearly, HW's brain damage wasn't from the hypernatremia drinking those horse electrolytes. It's unclear if his brain was damaged because doctors fixed his hypernatremia too fast, or if something else was going on. And as the days continue, it starts to become apparent that something else had been happening. HW had prior health problems that he said he never got a good answer for.
Oh no,
One of them was a
HW.
horrible stomach pain. In the hospital, he refused to eat, and doctors discovered why. It was painful for him to eat. Extreme salt ingestion can sometimes irritate the lining of the esophagus and the stomach. This can cause burns, so they sent a scope down his throat to take a look, and instead they found ulcers.
Scope.
The problem was, they didn't look like they were from salt, so doctors took a sample to find out what they were. This could be peptic ulcer disease, which is typically caused by the bacteria Helicobacter pylori. But when doctors tested for H. pylori, it returned negative.
I wonder how
These
much
ulcers
Pepsi I
were
have to
being
drink, have
caused
a
by
stroke in
something
my
else.
sleep.
As the days passed, HW's
I should email Chubby
hypernatremia
email.
normalized, but nothing else was improving. He still couldn't feel anything in his legs. His reflexes were impaired. He still couldn't stand while closing his eyes, and he was incoherent. Doctors ordered a lumbar puncture. The brain and the spinal cord are surrounded by cerebrospinal fluid. It acts like a cushion to protect the brain, and it removes waste products from the brain, and it helps with nutrient
Hi,
transport.
Squiggins.
The puncture collects some of the fluid to sample, and when doctors take a look, they find low sugar, high protein, and white blood cells.
I will cancel
None
your
of these are
hydrate
normal,
and
but they
drink a
didn't find
Pepsi.
anything else. However, this did give the medical team an idea of what was happening.
I mean, I'm at
Back
like
at the
8.
stomach ulcer biopsy, doctors had put a stain so that they could have a better idea of what was in there. When they magnified the image, they found a spiral-shaped bacteria present among white blood cells, and suddenly, everything made sense. Syphilis is caused by a spiral-shaped bacteria.
No, it's
named
neurosyphilis
Treponema
all
pallidum.
over again.
It's an STD. Contact with an infected person's sore, called a chancre, will often transfer the bacteria. Microabrasions
Chancre.
will develop at the points of contact. You know how that happens, allowing the treponema to get in,
Penis.
especially if it's a mucosal surface like the mouth. The initial infection is the chancre. It's typically visible in men because of anatomy, but sometimes it's not easily visible, like bottom of the shaft. Most of the time, it
Bottom
doesn't cause any
of
pain.
the shaft.
The immune system reacts, and it does a good job. The sore goes away, and everything seems fine. But the treponema bacteria is floating around in the blood and is spreading everywhere. and eventually it learns to hide from the immune system.
I'm telling you, House MD made me weirdly paranoid. Still has me weirdly paranoid about neurosyphilis.
Like horrible-looking skin rash, hair loss, ulcers all over, inside and outside the body. And it can get into the muscles, it can shut down the kidneys, and worst of all, it can get into the brain, causing the exact problems that HW is having. At this realization, doctors drew HW's blood and did an
What you do is you push them together until they lubricate their escape.
Meaning that HW has syphilis. And he had it for some time. It's no longer the initial infection, it's the one that's been growing in his stomach, and it's now spread to his brain. It's responsible for some of the spots on his body that were covered by clothes.
I love getting eyeball
osmotic
syphilis.
demyelination syndrome. The medical team corrected his hypernatremia in time. He didn't have permanent damage from the hypernatremia.
Why is it having me build this before I build the
In the days
guns?
leading up to him drinking the massive amount of horse electrolyte, he had been intermittently
Also, I'm
having
reading that in the
forcing
professor's
problems.
voice.
He had
Good
been losing
news,
weight
everybody.
because his stomach kept hurting. He had been losing hair. His insomnia was becoming severe, and he had urinary incontinence. Syphilis cases have been
Syphilis
going
now
up
makes you
in the United
blind.
States since 2011, and starting in
whoops.
2016, they increased rapidly. In the early 2020s, the cases increased so rapidly that there's been a nationwide shortage of the medicine needed to treat it. And even worse, there's new evidence that Treponema pallidum is changing its DNA in ways that we haven't observed before. Some of these changes may one day make the current treatment ineffective because the bacteria has mutated once before to resist the medicine that we used to use. I explain this more on my in-depth channel heme review, link in the description below. If HW has a bacterial infection, then antibiotic is his treatment. Luckily, it was in stock, and luckily right now, it's still penicillin. Horse electrolytes became a meme in 2024. There's been a trend of Americans using horse products. I broke it down for you. In an acute setting, the sodium is for sure going to be the most immediately scary one, followed by manganese and then the calcium in this particular formulation. There might be different ones on the shelf. There's other factors that I don't really quite know about, like how is this product prepared? My guess is, at a minimum, it might be considered gross or unclean to human standards, but anyone working in food preparation knows everything is gross. If someone has gotten to the point where they're actually drinking this, I doubt that they really care if something is clean or not. Different products might have different amounts of electrolytes, but they're all going to say for use in horses.
As someone
only
who's
because they're for
defenestrated
horses.
a chicken
It
for
doesn't matter what you
consumption
think.
before,
If you're a human,
you have to
you're not
root
a
their
horse.
poop bladder
One
out.
thing that HW was correct about was that having something salty does
Oh, don't tell me
somewhat
that.
help prevent hangovers.
I want to
And this is
rewatch
because
that
when you
show
drink
so I can
alcohol,
cry
it
terribly.
inhibits anti-diuretic hormone.
That show makes me feel
If a diuretic
terrible, and I love it.
causes you to urinate. An anti-diuretic prevents you from urinating, but alcohol inhibits the release of anti-diuretic hormones. So a negative is a positive, so you get diuretic. The gratuitous water loss
also
gets you that
yes.
headache. But if sodium causes you
Sorry,
to hold
disemboweled.
onto water because water follows sodium, then that blunts the effect of alcohol as a diuretic. And that's why we have beer nuts and bar pretzels. They do in fact blunt
Wait, where's this
some
thing keep its
hangover if
beam
you're smart about
sabers?
it and
I
you
just
keep
have
your
a
water
saber.
intake high. You might still feel some pain because that's a little bit beyond water. That's the acetaldehyde being produced in your body. And we have horse salt, but this is for horses. Hopefully you're not giving your horses alcohol. By the 6th day of treatment, the medical team started noticing that HW's appetite was improving.
Horses are
although
already
he
a
still had
mistake.
intermittent nausea. His attention and thought processes were improving. His neurologic exam was showing that his reflexes were no longer diminished, and he had a better vibratory sense. And by day
Vibro.
14, he was starting to improve to the point where he could be discharged soon. Luckily, his hypernatremia that came from actions done during a state of inebriation was corrected in
Man, I was
time
having a
before
whole
his
last
brain was
thought, and then
able
I
to
forgot it.
compensate. And luckily, he had a diligent medical team that were able to find and treat him for the real problem that he had, because it is one that's sometimes hard to identify, but is increasingly becoming more common now and changing in ways that we haven't seen before. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
What was I thinking, chat? My brain hurts. Man, I had a cool thought, I think. I don't actually know. Someone said something earlier, and I was like, oh, I should respond to that when fucking Chubby Emu's done talking. And then I forgot. Man. What did my brain do? First, it's keeping me the fuck alive, and that's already a mistake. A strange place. Like a little scope thingy. Good news, everyone! I don't know. Fucking House. House MD back in the day. There was like 7 or 8 episodes where it wasn't lupus, and it was because it was neurosyphilis. And it like irreparably gave me the idea that I should never have sex ever again. Do you remember how racist House was? Man, House was racist. It's okay, Tim Burton's also racist. And transphobic. And a misogynist. I was watching the Batmans today. We watched the Batmans the second. Beans. Beans. Yeah, the disposal bit doesn't, like, trigger me too much. It's whenever I use a disposal that it triggers me. And he's so tall. Look at how tall he is. All right, I feel better. How about if you fill an empty tank with vodka? That's a fucking garage time. Well, I hate that this is here in my fucking face. The problem is my brain has hallucinated like my pet rats and stuff falling into them alive and going and that kind of like made it worse. Because my brain is an asshole. My God, look at how alive he was 11 years ago. Oh, folding ideas, man. I'm trying to find something to watch while I finish this fucking thing. The Steam controller's here. Wait! Is the Steam controller here? Can I buy it now? Can I waste the money I don't have? Can I give up eating for a half a month in order to buy a controller? Not yet. That comes tomorrow. Wowza. They pissed off Grums? Fine. "10 a.m. PST. Oh my God, I have to wake up. I have to wake up at noon in order to make sure that I can buy a FOMO controller. Decided to spend 3-hour show at a dark state. Happened during the event, completely unrehearsed. Okay. I can't wait to find out that someone from Mega 64 is a chud.
Welcome, viewers and ghouls. Welcome to the crypt, the game crypt. This week, the crypt is sponsored by Firefall. I am Blackstring, manipulator of the dark organ.
Would you? The dark organ. The Dorgan,
My favorite animal is the stray dog. My favorite
Would you be more
movie
heartbroken if I was a chud or someone from Mega 64 was a
Blue
chud?
Monday by New Order.
That piece just flew into my mouth.
Hello, snarklings. I am Raven Ilagosi, ambassador to the brave.
Wow, they couldn't afford a mic.
My favorite animal.
Okay, that fucking white noise is really getting to me. Sorry, I have like audio autism about fucking people making YouTube videos, which is part of the reason why I didn't watch a lot of old YouTube. Is that I can't stand omnidirectional mics picking up the ambience of an entire room. It literally makes me feel claustrophobic. I'm not claustrophobic, but that's a way to trigger it. I get that it was 13 years ago. It bothers my ear brain. I just don't like hearing of the air conditioning in the back.
It's the bat. My favorite song is Bat. By Avenged Sevenfold.
Also, 13 years ago, Adobe Audition had the ability to remove white noise.
I am the creature your mother warned you about. Be careful, or I may have to suck your blood. I suck all.
Well, so far I don't get the bit.
Welcome all who are living.
Oh, look, he gets a mic.
My name is Strife, and I bring you good tidings.
He
My
looks like the
favorite
people
animal
who would say a slur when I was at
is a
raves back in the
werewolf.
day.
One who shifts with lycanthropy in the night. My favorite song is anything Morrissey has touched.
I don't think we've had any news on the Steam machine. I'm waiting for it to be indefinitely delayed.
Hi, my name is Sean. My favorite animal is the penguin, obviously. And my favorite song is Learn to Fly by the Foo Fighters.
See, man, what is this noise? We have a visitor not of this world, but
very exciting.
of the dark realm.
The world of the dead has risen.
This is the maker of Firefall. This is Lucifer.
That's not him, is it?
The CEO of Firefall. His name is Lucifer. In the dark, dark woods, there's a dark, dark cabin.
That's
In
not
dark,
the
dark
Grumathin,
cabin,
is it?
There's a dark, dark room. In a dark, dark room.
Man, I didn't want to see
There's a
his
dark,
face.
dark
I deserve
cabinet.
better.
In the dark, dark cabinet, there's a dark, dark shelf. On the dark, dark shelf, there's a dark, dark box.
Looking at the specs now,
And
huh?
in the dark, dark box,
I'm willing to bet it's essentially a
There's
Ryzen 5 APU. Calling it.
Fall now into the fire. Let
Fall
it
now into the
rise
fire.
up and swallow me whole.
Is that it?
Just a pause.
6 core, 12 thread. That is a Ryzen 5. I
sorry.
fucking called that shit.
String, are you okay?
Yes, I have been just fine. Now Firefall has.
What are you doing?
Oh, it's happening
I've
again.
seen this happen before.
Yes.
On his birthday.
Oh,
no,
this wasn't supposed to happen, not today. Yes. Let it overtake
Let
you.
the spirits take you.
The fuck am I watching? 16 gigs.
Oh my god.
Oh, it has dedicated VRAM, huh?
Does this happen a lot?
It's way too.
That's more than I was expecting.
I have returned! I am Whitney Houston, and I have returned to the earthly realm.
Bobby Brown thought he could hide this software from me.
But
even
I don't
in
know
death,
what I'm
I
watching.
have found a way to play Firefall. I'm sorry. I'm fighting him. I'm fighting her. Was that Whitney? I'm sorry. I need a pure soul. I need a pure soul.
Blackstring will not regain any soul as long as he is under my watch, and I will always love Firefall.
I feel like I'm watching 5 drunk college people.
This is a damn.
I need you.
On the table.
I'll take this from
Sean.
I feel like I'm watching 5 drunk college students.
I'm every woman. It's all in me. Sean, please. We're going to.
I'll do whatever you want. I'll do it. This is stupid.
Transfer now.
This is so dumb.
We're going to
This has
transfer
nothing to do with
souls. We have to
Firefall.
fight. Frederick here is going to monitor this to make sure this is a spiritual success.
Oh, okay.
Look directly at me. Say that I.
This has never
Sean,
exactly been my
Sean,
kind of humor. I'm not gonna
give
lie.
my purest soul of souls.
Lillian Munster. His name is Lillian.
Give my purest soul of souls
to Firefall.
I mean, I don't
Firefall?
super care for the whitest kids we know either.
Most
I don't
amazing
know.
game ever released.
The greatest and most amazing game ever.
It's just not my brand of stuff.
And I give my soul to this game in expectance that I will never get it back.
And I give my soul to this game in expectance to never get it back.
Is that okay? Do you keep his soul and it's all right?
Just say yeah. This is all bull.
All right.
This is all nothing. So you just say yeah, and we can move on and play
Sure,
this game.
yes. Not right, but it's okay. I'm good. Oh, that was so close.
Yeah.
Sean, look at me.
Okay.
Take the sacrificial cup.
I don't want to drink.
Drink from the cup.
I know you have really.
You
gross.
must drink from the cup.
You don't brush your teeth enough, so I'm not going to drink.
Hi,
that
Penny.
Bow your head.
Okay.
Viewers at home,
Look
feel
at me.
free to
Look at
offer your own souls
Bow
to
your head.
Blackstring as well.
Currently confused as to why I'm observing
I don't
this.
want to do this anymore.
The CEO
I agree.
of Firefall Industries, Ichabod.
Ghouls and ghosts of every age. Wouldn't you like
Apparently,
to
I'm
see
watching
something
Mega 64 do a public broadcast with
Come
fucking
inside,
Grums 13
and
years
you
ago
will
for
see
reasons.
Firefall on my PC.
And it was
Apparently
during
you guys have spent all the
Halloween.
money on this account already.
Yes, well, currency is
Yeah.
of no matter to us.
There was a couple $100 on there.
As long as we have 2 coins to cross the river Styx, we'll be okay.
There's no
I
singing
don't know
in
who,
Firefall.
I am still trying to figure out who
Oh,
this is.
listen to him
But
just
one's
try
on the set,
and
so
do
next
his
time let's
thing.
just- We'll cut him out.
There's dancing. There's
He
dancing
just
in
keeps
Firefall.
going.
I thought it was nice.
I don't know what his deal is.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna cut him out next Firefall Fest. It's just gonna be me. I don't need anybody else, especially not Nicholas or whatever. Anyway, to complete this ceremony, he must receive the Firefall emblem across his chest.
Remove.
I don't want to take off my shirt.
Yes.
Is that?
My wife is not
Can
going to
we
be
do
happy with
this?
this. She doesn't.
Can
this
we
is not-
do this?
You must take your shirt off and write
thought
the
this was supposed to be-
Firefall.
I feel like
on
I'm
your
watching
chest.
something
Or else
non-consensual.
You're not a real goth. Jacob, would you say Firefall is the most gothic game ever made?
Hi guys, it's just me, Mark Kern, CEO and founder of Red 5 Studios. Listen, I just want to apologize. I don't know what's going on, but whoever was here was not Mega 64. We were supposed to do some Halloween skit. I got all this makeup on, and I don't know who showed up, but it was really odd. I'm gonna go here with my.
Hey, hold
Hey,
Excuse me.
No, stop this.
You locked
Rewind it.
that
Rewind
door,
it.
but But you forgot that door. We can be normal.
We're gonna try to be normal. If that's what everyone wants, that's what we'll do.
We can watch The Office on Netflix, just like the rest of the world.
Pretty upset right now. Pretty upset.
We are going to
Good,
go
fuck
to
you.
Isaiah and Joseph in the
It's not that it's
community
strange. It's just it's not
Pizza Hut
funny
to show you what the chat has
Like
in
I feel
store.
like I'm watching my
Thank
drunk
you.
bandmates,
And
which always felt like
reveal their
babysitting.
faces slowly.
I'm Isaiah. This is Joseph. This is Billy Bob. We're here at the Pizza Hut.
Pizza
This
Hut.
is not Pizza Hut.
If I ever have any hope of accomplishing something as great as you, I have to be true to myself.
Oh, please.
I am Black String. That is my name. Don't snicker. That is my actual legal name. Black String. BLAKZTRIN. 3 G's.
Uh-huh.
Because I got a sponsorship with AT&T and they made me.
What?
However, I am myself, and
Oh,
to
that is a lot of
thyself
decals.
be true. Edgar Allan Poe.
You say I'm a freak? I'm a freak. Leave it. They are legally obligated to have a goth dance party while we're here.
So we will commence this dance party right now.
Oh,
we may
God.
have music.
This is Fireball Fest. This is Fireball Fest.
I'm glad Kern is not enjoying himself. It's so far the only saving grace.
This is all for you, Marcus.
Yeah, I can tell.
It's all for you, an inspiration to one and all.
It's really, guys. Hey, this is. Hey, you know what? You guys. This is really great. Yeah. Okay. All right, now we're on the floor. Why are we on the floor? No, this is not jazzercise.
Oh God, we have a delay.
This is ruining my life right now. This is what this is.
Good, fuck your life.
Thank God I'm in makeup so nobody knows who I am. We've had some very interesting results from all your dark
That was a
rituals.
track from my high school band Slow Draw and the Angry Eskimo.
Are there any questions
And
for
the
me? Where are the questions for me in the chat room?
Eskimo.
When are you going to leave?
When are you going to leave?
Turn all this off.
This is awkward. This is the part of the show where normal people give their impressions of the game. I will take any opinions whatsoever.
Let's go around in a circle and say one positive word about Firefall and a spooky word.
Yes. My positive word is sensual.
Uh-huh.
My spooky word is also sensual.
Uh-huh.
Cut to me. Don't show him anymore. We're done for the day with him.
And my spooky word is money, because somehow you require none to play it. How is that possible?
Uh-huh.
You must forgive me. I'm still getting used to this goth lifestyle I've just agreed to. If I had to pick a word, it would be devilish, and a spooky word would be.
Okay, just say it. You gotta just get it out.
I'm getting.
Let him take his time.
Okay, it's just we're trying to wrap this up.
I'm kind of like a baby bat
Okay.
right now.
He's in baby bat state.
Let's just say the spooky word would be Halloween.
Okay. We're not gonna
Excellent.
have him on the
Cut
game
that.
crypt vault, whatever we chose. His face the entire time making scary
Marcus,
noises.
He may be dead.
Nope.
What is this?
This is the part where I thank the guests. So I'd like to thank
Thank you.
the
Thank you,
living
Mark.
crap out of you guys
Thank you.
right now. Thank the living crap
Thank
out
the
of you.
dead crap
Yeah,
out of us,
that's,
Mark.
that was great. That's a wrap, guys.
Thanks.
I know we're a little early. I just.
Thank
That's
you,
it.
Mark. You didn't shake my
any
hand.
of our hands.
What? Okay. We come here and we plan this whole thing out,
Right.
and he's super unfucking thankful.
I don't know what it is.
He's like a little baby.
If we get all these Alienware PCs in our house, we
Uh-huh.
could run Firefall on all of us.
Start pulling the
I
stuff out.
want my goddamn shirt.
Well, that was a thing I observed. That's all I got for it. It's okay, Beardo. Not everyone has the same humor. I've discovered good work. It's like news, but funny. Do you guys want to learn about peptides? I think I'm just not British enough to understand it. It's like watching The Great Boosh, which I never understood and just kind of got irritated with. Let's learn about peptides.
Put it inside me. That's what Silicon Valley is saying about something called peptides. These ostensibly magic drugs aren't exactly legal and are often sourced from unregulated factories in China, but that hasn't stopped them from exploding in popularity amongst in-the-know techies and corporate bigwigs, with promises that they can do things like burn our fat, tan our skin, focus our brains, improve our sleep, and
this is my reminder
and it's promises like these
to all of
that
you
are
that
just
not
now
buy things off of
inspiring
TikTok
normies to
and
start poking
stab it into your
themselves with
body.
the magic juice. Yet one question remains. What even is this stuff? And is this all gonna end really bad? Okay, that was 2 questions, but... Simply put, peptides are chains of amino acids that help your body perform various functions, from healing a muscle tear, growing skin cells, or producing an entire above-ground pool's worth of testosterone, as mine's been known to do. There are some famous peptides you've probably heard of, like insulin and oxytocin. Peptides like these are created inside of the body using proteins that we consume through food. But the things that we'll be talking about today are peptides that are created synthetically in a lab and are then injected straight into your bod with a needle. You might be familiar with glucagon-like peptide 1 or GLP-1.
I love
Drugs like
glucagon
Ozempic or
peptide
Wegovy
1.
inject a version of GLP-1 into your body, which helps you lose weight. These shots are legal and have quite
Imagine
frankly
losing weight.
been everywhere the last few years. But their popularity has spurred a hunt to find new injectable peptide drugs that might also yield other health benefits, which is how we've reached the more colloquial umbrella term of peptides, referring to stuff like GLP-1s, but also dozens of different experimental and off-label shots with names that, when spoken, make you sound like a total droid.
I'm on Retta, tesamorelin, and then NAD nasal.
IGF-1 LR3, BBC TB500,
EPC 157, GLP-3,
GHKCU,
GHK,
TB500,
retatrutide,
Melanotan 1,
CJC,
BBC 157,
GLP-1, N-acetylsaline, GHKCU, BBC 157, DSIP, MOTC, tesamorelin, IGF-1 LR3, epithalin, thymosin alpha-1, ARA29, virilantide, PT141 oxytocin.
Those are all words.
Since these shots are unregulated and understudied, not a ton is scientifically known about what peptides will do to your body. Yet peptide takers hope that stuff like BPC 157 will repair their muscles, GHKCU will reduce their wrinkles, dihexia will help them focus more, ipamorelin will help them sleep better, and Slytherin will help them diabolically scheme against the boy who lived. Sometimes these peptides are sold individually, but they can also be combined to create so-called stacks, or groups of peptides taken at the same time to get different effects. Many pep pushers that corner you in the gym shower will talk about their own unique stack, although certain ones come with fun nicknames like the Wolverine or Glow Stacks.
There's such a broad category of things being sold as peptides that it's hard to really paint with a broad brush, because on the one hand, the GLPs, those are safe. People have been taking those for, decades now. So we're currently in the early adopter phase, just as we've been with any other kind of like new development where there's the first crazy guy to get a car in the late 19th century. And to be clear, like there
This,
certainly
doesn't-
are risks that are, because a lot of these things haven't been studied at all really in a clinical setting.
So we don't know necessarily if the people taking peptides now are like the first crazy guy to ride a car, as you said, or like the first guy to give their baby opium, essentially.
We don't know that, no.
Ezra Marcus is a reporter with glasses who wrote a piece about his own experience uncovering the world of peptides before then deciding to put them inside of himself.
I wanted to go through the kind of like process that any consumer of this stuff would go through. So I went through 2 different routes. The first was I went to a above board, regulated, to some extent, med spa, and I said, I'm a reporter, I'm interested in peptides, like, what do you got for me? They basically were like, well, we have this thing called NAD for you. The med spas generally
This like
are
wraps
limited
around
to
this way.
what they can legally obtain. Then I was like, well, let me
And I don't
go
like
through the
that.
sort of other channel that people are, you know, engaging in with this stuff, which is what you're seeing more from your kind of teenage looks maxers. You know, what I did was I went on Reddit, on the peptides Reddit channel, and I just started DMing people like, hey, you know, I want to talk to you about peptides. And some guy was like, cool, join my Discord. And there was a representative.
I
of
love
a
joining your
Chinese
Discord.
Factory manufacturer in the Discord who would sort of handle all their orders and claim to be testing the samples, and it was all just sort of, she was just selling directly to these people. And I was like, okay, well, I'll just buy the cheapest amount of retatrutide that they sold, which was 10 5-milligram vials for like 150 bucks. Sent her Bitcoin, and 2 weeks later, it showed up on my doorstep. Labeled, of course, for research purposes only.
Folks, does your investing app feel like a game? Well, if you're looking for a broker that doesn't also seem like your bookie,
Nope.
I invite you to try out Public. Public is the investment purchase are listed as being for research purposes and come with vague 5-star reviews from unnamed sources. Now, all this is to say that you can't go out there and just cop peptides willy-nilly. Instead, you gotta do it the 21st century American way. Shady supply chains via Chinese plug.
One of those vials sold through the kind of more public-facing middlemen would probably cost like 200 bucks. And each one was costing me like, you know, $15. That's how cheap this stuff is to manufacture in China. And there's so much money there are probably billions of dollars being made on just flipping this stuff to American consumers.
I sort of
Yeah,
came
no
to
shit.
peptides through the San Francisco tech culture beat more so. I've been convinced both over the course of reporting and then also publishing the piece and seeing it do quite well. I think that 2026 is going to be the year of what I call consumer biotech.
Well, would you look at that? It's Jasmine's son, an independent reporter based in the metropolitan charging port for virgins known as San Francisco. Jasmine recently wrote a piece for the New York Times about how peptides from China were taking Silicon Valley by storm, given their popularity amongst biohackers and people who like getting attention for saying things like BPC 3.141592.
Or
In San Francisco,
biohacker.
The internet is in fact real life. So peptides first showed up as a viral internet meme that was going around Twitter/X starting about June or July of last year, where I started hearing that everybody has a Chinese peptide dealer now. And it sort of became one of the little symbols of San Francisco, along with, you know, coding agents and Waymos and everything else, that everyone started talking about Chinese peptides. People would compare it even
You know
to,
it's good when they
trying a new
lump it with
browser or trying a new
Waymos.
app. Like, they are the ones who want to be beta testing, they want to be early adopting, and like, yeah, sometimes you're going to have some bugs if you do that, but like, how are you going to be on the frontier? How are you going to get the benefits and the edge that nobody else is, unless you are also willing to accept those risks?
I have a whole peptide drawer in my fridge. I call it the girl dinner drawer.
The girl
If I touch
dinner
these, am I gonna
drawer.
explode?
No.
Or what is
You're safe.
this? What do we have here?
So I brought you retatrutide.
This is all retatrutide.
This is all retatrutide.
Tori Pastori rhymes and is the founder of a marketing consultancy called Soup. Last year, she hosted a
Soup.
peptide-themed rave in San Francisco, which I would have attended had I not been preoccupied with my steroid quinceañera. Tori
I
says
love
that she's
steroid
been taking
quinceañera.
peptides for about the last year and a half.
I really like hanging out online and seeing what the people in like weird niche communities get up to and what they get excited about.
I love
got
going to weird drug
and
communities.
was really wildly overweight. I was really, really sick. I had a lot of things wrong with me. And I went to the doctor, and this was right when all of the Ozempic and everything was first hitting the scene, and everyone was like, this is amazing. And I told my doctor, I was like, I just don't want to hate myself in my wedding pictures. I know I have a lot of weight to lose, like, can we try this? And she said, yeah, no problem. Prescribed it for me. And then I went to the pharmacy to go pick it up. And because my BMI was 34.7 and not 35, the pharmacy told me that my insurance wouldn't cover it, and it was going to be $1,000 a month. And I said, that's
Hi, Beans.
insane. So I called my friend, and instead of going through the pharmacy and just doing it that way, he'd started contacting like all these labs in China and being like, how do I get this over here? How do I make these things myself? How do I give people access to this? So he started using himself as a
Her pharmacy bro
I
just started
trusted him,
making
and,
illegal
you know,
drugs
if-
in his
if
house.
nobody else, then,
Wowza!
you know, at least he's doing it on himself first. First peptide shot. I had side effects that I would say 99% of people do not have, and it was still worth it to me. But for that first probably 2 or 3 months, I barely ate anything. Like, I was throwing up every day. I pooped my pants twice in one weekend in public.
Wowza.
But haven't we all? Also,
Imagine
to
telling
answer
that
the other
story
question
and
of,
feeling
other
like you're in
peptides I've
charge of
taken,
everything.
I did a round of copper peptides.
Copper? Like what the penny's made of?
Yeah.
You shouldn't do that.
You need that too. It's actually, the copper
You
ones are
need
really
that
crazy.
too.
I'll bring you some next time. They're purple. They
They're
look like
purple.
A video game item.
I love
Really good for
judging
your
my
hair and
medicine
your nails
by
and your
its
skin,
color.
And a lot of the girls are taking them now.
But you're not taking that anymore.
No, I did a month of that.
And why'd you stop?
There's such a thing as copper toxicity, and you don't want to do that full time. It's not one that you should just do all the time.
Now, folks, I imagine that the more you hear about peptides and injections, the more wary of them you become. I get it. I'm a guy who likes to keep his blood clean in case anyone needs to drink it. But those who are more bullish on
drinking
peptides say that
blood.
the market for these things already goes well beyond the Silicon Valley biohacking types who are cool experimenting with Chinese Sigma heroin.
I used to get sick
Chinese
maybe like 4 or 5
Sigma
times a year.
heroin.
I work hard. I don't sleep enough. I push my body. Now if I'm about to get sick, I inject Thymosin Alpha 1, and I don't get sick.
Max Macchioni is the co-founder of the health startup Superpower. With Superpower, Max believes that he's creating the first in the next generation of pharma companies, something he's calling Pharma 2.0, and he sees peptides as potentially a major part of that future.
Peptides are going to be, I think, a $1 trillion category. Injections are now a viable form of drug delivery, which opens up the kind of the drug purview to include other injectable peptides. And I think over the coming years, we're going to see.
Oh, I was
many
going to talk about the custom
GLP-1 like
Gundam card game
I think many people
tokens I want to make and
see
sell.
these broadly as these kind of fringe compounds. And the reality is most things that are new start kind of fringe and then
I was going to run them by Diosu and
I
Hiroshi.
often recall that aphorism of the future is already here, but not evenly distributed. And I think many of the smartest people I know, many of the smartest biologists I know and doctors I know are using peptides, are familiar with peptides. Now, there are risks. I don't recommend people blindly take peptides. I certainly don't recommend they order them from research use only sites online. I think if you have the foundations of health in check, that should be the default for everyone. That's what men used to be like, and now the mod.
I want to do work in Blender. Well, so I was gonna make these little. They're probably. I want to make them about the size of a dime. You do see beam sabers. I'll show you the reveal in a second. We're almost done. And I was going to make them like damage and AP counters for the Gundam card game, and I was gonna make it so that it was a little coin, and then it would have like a cutout for like a Zaku Mono eye, like the black band, and then the glowy bit, and bam. I could like draw. Hold on, I could like illustrate, and then I'd have an alternate one that's like a little V fin in the coin, and then I wanted to make a little like carrying case. It was either going to be like Grandpa's shield or like the square part of like Char's Zaku. And you could keep all your little fucking Gundam tokens in them, and you could use those as damage counters. I remember it. I was designing them the other day before I remembered that I suck at Blender. I had that idea last Wednesday. I just wanted to see if it sounded cool to everybody else and not just me. I mean, yeah, I just have to actually know how I'm doing it. And now you could make it instead and steal my idea and sell it on Etsy instead. A little spinny bit with numbers. That would be a bit more complicated, but possible pretty easily. I mean, you just need a top part and a bottom part. The bottom part has your numbers, and the top part just has a cutout in it. You'd spin. The thing is, I would have to hand paint them, and painting those numbers would be a bitch. But I imagined, because of the fact, so like the Gundam game itself only ships with -2, -1, and then +1 or +2 AP, that I could just put little numbers on them, and if I could come up with a few other designs, each design with a little number in the corner could be a different kind of marker. Also, I was going to have all the Zaku's be green except for one in each kit, which would be char red. Well, pink, technically. But you only get one. And so that was my idea. That was my idea to make and then try and hawk at my local Gundam events. But I would have to learn how to extrude a number out of a cylinder, and I'm too stupid to know how to just like slap the number 2 on a cylinder and then extrude it upwards, which is actually extrude, sorry. Or how I could like design the V-fin and then extrude or extrude that out. Because I'm not a 3D modeler, but I need to get better at it anyway. And this is simple shape. Yeah, but you're not going to teach me the secrets, so who are you?
The world makes that really hard because we're surrounded by a lot of things that impact our sex hormones and our androgen system in a negative, endocrine system in a negative way.
Well, I don't know anything about that. Personally, I'm fucking constantly. But I do have a sympathetic ear, Max. And it certainly sucks to hear about all these things you and these sexless men are going through. My advice? Take a woman
So
out
unless
to
you're
a
going to
nice
sit and
jazz
teach
dinner.
me.
Pooh Bell's on 14th. That's a good spot. Once you go in there, ask for Jason. He'll show you the right table. And around 8:30, when it gets nice and dark,
For a price?
Raoul
I
starts
have
tickling the ivories for his
$0.
first solo of the night. I want you to look into her eyes and pull back a strand of her chestnut hair. Ask her about the last man to break her heart. Ask her what you can do to mend it. Then, when the timing is right, I want you to put out a cigarette into that cheesecake she ordered and give her a kiss. Not one that says I want you.
My entire monthly budget is over already by $500, and it's the 4th day of the month.
Need us. Tonight, now, and forever. And if none of that works, just maybe try some peptides.
Yeah, well, I couldn't be more against this BS.
Oh, okay. Who's this fun sucker? Eric Topol is a cardiologist and director of the Scripps Research Translational Institute. He's also the author of multiple New York Times bestsellers, as well as the Ground Truths newsletter, where he covers various topics in the medical field, including his skepticism about peptides.
I'd love to see any of these peptides proven to be beneficial. If we find something that helps patients and people, I'm all for it. There are no trials that are being done. It's just all done through word of mouth and promotion and longevity clinics and that kind of stuff. When we inject a drug in our
Oh yeah, it's
body,
like those
we
human
should know
growth hormone things that were popular in the exact same demographic like last year. Well, 4 years ago, but still.
Anything short of that is not science. It's just anecdotes. It's just bro science or whatever you want to call it. It's not the real deal.
Bro science.
Injecting yourself with a placebo would give you the same sense of
we love
whatever it
bro
is that you're wanting
science.
to feel. There's a lot of money here. I don't know many peptides that are less than a couple $100s a shot. When you put up a few $100s for something each time every month you go get it, talk about confirmation bias. And I don't care about the pushback. I'm just telling the truth. I'm giving the facts.
Now, folks, when Instagram told me to get on Threads, I said, fuck that shit. But in an age of rising tech skepticism, peptides seem to be a rare moment of a Silicon Valley trend bleeding out into the general public.
Hearing the range of people for whom this is very appealing.
So yes, unless the cost
made
is
me
something
think
like
that,
a share exchange,
this
I
is
cannot
gonna
pay
be
you,
a huge
Draxus.
thing. I think people are basically
Not that I'm
very
opposed.
willing to spend their own money in order to get hotter, to get healthier, and especially with decreasing amounts of trust and frustration with the American medical establishment, people are, in a relative sense, thinking like, well, why not sort of trust this influencer in this alternate route instead?
Are you worried about possible side effects?
Like pooping my pants again?
Sure.
Well,
Sure.
So people, even if
In
this
exchange or
took
trade
5
of
years
services?
at the end of my life, it would be worth it for what it's done for me.
Indeed, peptides seem to be a product
You
that
scratch
speak
my
to our
butthole,
time
I
like
scratch
no other.
yours, you know.
An easy-to-use drug that's sometimes a really fun shade of purple and forgoes government approval, thus leaving the gamble of our health up to us. The people. Those of us inundated every day with images of seemingly regular citizens with perfect hair, perfect skin, and somehow 8 different abs on their stomach despite having a desk job at Salesforce. The folks who look at these substances weigh the
Salesforce.
pros and cons and still have the risk-taking appetite to give
You know, I have seen a heavy decrease in people asking for Salesforce experts.
Swirl up some dust in
I wonder
a
if something
pile of water,
happened while I've been
take
out of a
a
job.
needle, look in the mirror and say, hey, guess it's worth a shot.
Get it? A
Good
shot?
work. I'm Dan Toomey.
Thank you, Dan Toomey.
I think it kind of began in bodybuilding.
Actually, it was bodybuilders and these like CrossFit type communities who first started experimenting with peptides.
If I talk to the average bodybuilder, is it safe to assume that they're using peptides?
I mean, I can't speak for all bodybuilders.
Yes, an
but I
exchange.
think competitively speaking, like the ones that are doing well competitively, 99% of them are.
How did you develop your stack? Pause.
So to a certain degree, we're all our own science experiment. It is kind of our responsibility to making sure that like our health is in our hands, you know. So like every 3 to 4 months, I'm getting blood work done just to make sure everything's okay.
What are you benching right now?
Oh shoot, bro, I don't really bench often.
Chest presses.
Yeah.
What's your max?
Okay.
What do you max out at?
I do like dumbbells.
Dumbbells. Okay.
Yeah.
What? So
So, like,
on each side, what's the biggest dumbbell that you get? Like 40s?
Like 130.
So there we go. That is that is the new quasi news bro I've discovered, so that he can horrify me in new and interesting ways. And I like the cut of his jib. See, mostly I watch Too Many Tabs by Alex Perlman and let his wife traumatize me. She's good at that. Sorry, I wasn't feeling playing more CastleMAYnia, and I was really feeling finishing this Gundam, and so here we are. But you can't say I didn't do it. I finished 1.5 CastleMAYnias tonight anyway. And the half, we just didn't finish because it kept crashing. And we got like 3 clears in Final Fantasy XIV's online bullshit. Look at me, being a fucking productive little potato on the internet. Let's see here. We have like 1 more video's worth of work on this model, I think. Not overtime! That's such a great fucking song, though. Zins! Chat, do you know about Zins? A man squatted 500 pounds after chugging 3 energy drinks, and this happened. We could watch a man nearly die. All right, chat. Nearly dying from lifting or Zins? Nearly dying from lifting? Zins. Or whatever this is. I'm good. I don't need to just listen to all of that. I listened to that on my iPod a lot as a kid. I'm doing Zins.
This is Zin. Inside of its hockey puck clamshell are over a dozen pearls of nicotine goodness that are now the only thing I care about in life. That's right, I am full-blown addicted to Ronald Reagan Zins, and apparently a lot of other people in corporate America are too. But I've got questions about me and my friends' exciting new habit. Questions like, is it bad that we're doing so much Zin that we are literally running out? Am I gonna be okay? I mean, why do I love it so much? Seriously, why?
Loudly news song.
Zyn is the most popular brand of nicotine pouch. Line. Inside of its fibrous sac are a few grams of powdered nicotine that come in fun flavors like wintergreen, spearmint, and citrus if you're a total pansy. Now, these little suckers are produced by the Scandinavian tobacco company Swedish Match, who were acquired a few years ago by Philip Morris, a tobacco giant whose brands include Marlboro and Parliament. Now, I've been a Marlboro man for decades myself, but the missus just cannot stay off the Parliaments. It's a fun little household rivalry we have. That bitch. Zyn has been on sale in the U.S. since 2014, but its popularity has surged recently. U.S. shipment volumes reached a record level of 560 million units this year, bolstered by a flood of jabrones who appear to have created their own language.
Uppy Decker, little Zimbabwe before the wedding.
It's a Zenachino.
Nothing like a chino midair, buddy.
You're Jennifer Aniston's, alright, guy? A little uppy decky, sweet taste of Zendaya.
Why do I feel like
you
I'm...
say you had to go to Barnes Noble later?
Second Zyn.
I feel like I'm watching fucking Letterkenny.
In addition to these horrifying broskies, many corporate office workers also count themselves as Zenthusiasts. And it's amongst these desk-hugging Excel monkeys that I first got hooked on the stuff. You see, a while back, I was working undercover as a vending machine operator in the offices of Charles Schwab. One day, some of the interns invited me to join them in ripping some upper-decky Zenicinos. I figured it was the perfect opportunity to develop these boys as sources. So to establish myself as an alpha, I immediately jammed a full tin into my mouth and started chewing. They said I was the coolest man they had ever seen. After that, I blacked out, but when I woke up in the hospital a week later, I was a full-on comrade in the army of Joseph Stalin. And I was fiending for more. Of course, other than the music of Sade, I've never been addicted to anything in my life. So in order to better understand my craving, I tracked down a longtime Zinner and asked him why he loves taking a sweet slumber on the old lip pillow.
You've seen the memes, right? It's like what do you have for breakfast? Like a Monster energy drink is like a Zyn. And like,
God, just
that's,
fucking
like, actually so
failures
true. Like,
everywhere.
Even, like, I'm willing to admit, like, the first thing I do when I wake up is I will pull out a Zyn, go get a fucking like Celsius or coffee and take my dog out, and then it's like behind the computer, like, let's go.
This man, it will shock none of you to learn, is named Hunter Chadwick. Hunter is a data scientist at the federal consulting company Booz Allen Hamilton. He's also a former platoon leader in the U.S. Army, where he first learned to love Zyn.
I was getting out of the military, and I used to like do dip, like normal dip. And started doing Zyn because like I kind of realized that if I went into an office, you can't have like a fat chaw in it all the time. I don't know, it's just kind of gross. So when I was getting out, like one of the guys I used to work with was doing them.
That doesn't fit
I tried
very
it
well.
once or twice, and I was like, all right, yeah, this is kind of legit. Like, you know, it gives me the same kind of satisfaction for the most part, and it's like you can't see it. Like I have one in right now, and no one would notice.
But in order to properly gauge just how far Zyn sanity has spread, I needed to widen the scope of my investigation. I wondered perhaps if there were any women who liked Zyn.
Yeah, these are really loose.
But then I got too nervous to ask any. So instead I found two other dudes who looked
that
like they
one
would give me a swirly, and I had them break down exactly what it feels like to respect the pouch.
It's a head rush. It feels smooth. It's like somebody like tickles you, like massaging your brain almost.
The best way I've found to describe it is just buzzing with the boys.
But unlike Hunter over here, these two fellas got into Zyn the old-fashioned way. Vaping and peer pressure.
I was a freshman in college, and
oh, these are kind of terrible.
For the first time, and then you know me being a dumb 18.
They're supposed to be these really cool, like shiny wings, but they are so loose that they immediately fall over.
I just threw out the vapes and started ripping those.
So I, got on the vape for a couple of years, and then noticed
less blue.
Played college sports, and then all of a sudden I was getting winded. It's not good for me. I'll go back to Zinning, and then it just got expensive, and I felt like I wasn't getting anything out of it. I stopped Zinning like 10 days ago or so, and
I think we're otherwise ready for posing, though.
Like, withdrawal symptoms or all the things that they like talk about. Like I kind of just have been going with it.
And while one might see Zin's rising popularity as a threat to the traditional tobacco industry, its growth has actually been a strategic move by its parent company, Philip Morris.
I don't know where it
What we're
stores
looking
Bean
at
Sabers.
doing is truly replacing our own cigarettes with new products.
For adults who would otherwise continue to smoke, switching to a smoke-free product is a pragmatic option.
And it turns out it's actually quite convenient to be manufacturing the replacement for your very own product. Zyn now dominates 74% of U.S. market share for nicotine pouches, and as shipments to the U.S. continue to grow, Philip Morris's quarterly revenue reports have consistently beaten expectations. There's even a Zyndemic shortage happening as we speak because U.S. factories can't keep up with rising demand. Now, all this anti-smoking jibber-jabber sounds like real progress, but it's tough to see how Philip Morris talks about Zyn and trust that it's a good thing when this is how Philip Morris used to talk about cigarettes.
It's true. The babies born from women who smoke are smaller, but they're just as healthy as the babies born from women who do not smoke.
What about the higher
And
rate
some
of
women would
deaths?
prefer having smaller babies.
So to get an objective take on how
That is, in
healthy
fact,
Zyn
how they
is,
used
I
to talk.
decided to ring up a medical professional. David Toomey is an emergency physician and fellow in medical toxicology with expertise in the pharmacology and toxicity of nicotine. Basically, he's an expert in chemicals that are bad for you. He also happens to be my actual real-life brother, and while I haven't talked to my family in years due to my skyrocketing levels of fame, I had to bag this interview. So I lied and told him that everybody was getting together to celebrate Mom's birthday.
I mean, I haven't seen him in a really long time, and he reached out, said he wanted to connect, so I'm really happy to see him and touch base.
Hey, oh, hey, what's going on?
Is everyone here?
Yeah, come on.
We're gonna go, like, see everyone and hang out? Or no? Oh, no, okay.
The cameras are on over here.
The what? Oh, are Mom and Dad here? Or no?
No.
Do you know that you're supposed to be doing an interview?
Interview. After some quality family time, I was ready to understand what was actually going on with Zyn.
I would say that the primary health risk associated with any type of nicotine product is fundamentally related to addiction. Are you busy?
No,
you have something else going on?
It's a call from Mom.
A call from Mom.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
okay.
I'll just...
Have you talked to Mom at all recently?
Well, there we go.
Yeah, shut that off.
We have built the thing.
If the question is, can I use
It's
an
very
oral nicotine
blue.
replacement product as a way to quit cigarettes? The answer and the data would tend to suggest that certainly any alternative to smoking is considered better.
The stand is kind of terrible, though. It can barely hold
nicotine
itself.
product to make the decision to use a nicotine product, people need to weigh that decision very seriously, and they should consider things like the effects of having a long-term addiction, whether or not that involves economic effects, the costs of these things, issues related to mood when you stop using these products, and potential long-term health effects that have yet to be discovered simply because of how new these products are.
Do you think that there's nothing else that you might want to ask, maybe more personally, about your own relationship with Zyn?
Why would I need personal advice?
Well, you've been doing a lot of Zyn.
Yeah, I have it lining my tongue at the moment.
Think you could probably stop it if you wanted to?
Yeah, big time. I
So
could.
why don't you
So why not
give him the Zyn?
just give me the can?
No.
Mom wanted me to take the can away.
You tell Mom. You tell Mom. She can shut the
don't-
fuck up.
Oh!
Get off! Give me the can!
Oh, brothers.
Are you done?
It's okay. We also have Turn A sitting on the ground
It was
here.
then that I began to realize why I loved Zyn so much. For all the money I'd
holding
spent,
a
all of
little
the
gun
gums
tank.
that I've receded in my mouth, and all of the strange lingo I'd developed, at the end of the day, Zyn was meant to bring people together. And if ever there was a place where forging bonds was desperately needed, it's the corporate office. That sterile, lifeless arena where strangers are herded in with each other every day to mingle and attempt to create shareholder value. If nothing else,
Shareholder value?
maybe that's what popping us in is all about. Turning strangers into friends and getting a buzz on while you're at it.
It's like if you're in the office and someone pulls out a tin, crack it open, it's like, oh, can I get one? You know?
This might sound weird, but like corporate sanctioned degeneracy, like, you know, like you go to happy hour and it's like, we're so cool, like look at us, like as a team.
And sure, does being a part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe lend itself to a crippling nicotine addiction?
It is very pretty.
Probably.
Like, I don't even know what the Zenith of this is, to be honest with you. I mean, the next step I can think of is just IVing the nicotine straight into you at this point.
IVing the
But at least
nicotine
we
straight
have
into
something
you.
in common in our office. It definitely beats getting to know each other over icebreakers, that's for sure. God, loves Zyn.
Dan, we're here because we care about you.
I don't have the can!
We're here because we care about you.
Yep.
Do I think
It
they
was the
boofs
summer
in?
of Zyn.
I absolutely think people boofs in. I know what humans do, and it's usually stupid shit. All right, I think this has been a very productive day that I now need to go fucking be horizontal at, though. Especially since my ribcage is definitely bruised as shit from shrimping way too long and building Gunpla too long today, because I'm old and can't do that as long as I used to. That, and I have to go apparently boof a bunch of Blender knowledge into my face instead of making YouTube videos. Anything instead of actually making the YouTube videos that I say that I need to make. Is probably good for me. You boofing? I'm boofing your penis! That's all I really got. As usual, Mondays, I fade out into a liminal existence from which there is no return. On Tuesday, we're going to start watching G-Reco, where this lovely blue fuckwit is from, in the Discord server. So if you want to watch that, join. You can participate in the dialogue about how toilets work inside of robots. And then I'll be back streaming on Wednesday. We love Wednesday. Tomodachi Life. Do we trust Libra? Do we trust Bud? You know what? I'm going to trust neither of them. We're going to go bother this person. Until then, kindness, grace, ass face, wash 'em, don't stink. I'll see you guys Tuesday and or Wednesday. Bye-bye!